Hi, welcome everybody. Sorry, I had to take care of an urgent biopsy that needs to be read today. Well, this is about ERKNet, the European Rare Kidney Disease Reference Network, and what it can offer to us nephropathologists. And I think we have a great panel of speakers today presenting on hot and important topics for rare kidney diseases. And of course, we'll introduce you into what ERKNet is and how you can relate to ERKNet, how you can shape the nephropathology task net of ERKNet. And then, as an example of what can be done and what we are currently doing, we'll have some abstract and project pitches in the second part. My name is Jan Becker. I'm a nephropathologist from Cologne, and I'm chairing the first session together with my dear friend Joris Roelofs, who is a nephropathologist in Amsterdam in the Netherlands. And just a few housekeeping remarks. Please keep yourself muted if you're not required to speak. The questions for the speakers, please type them into the chat window. That would be great. And the CME credits, there should be a chat speech bubble with the link for a SurveyMonkey survey in there. Please hit that link and enter your details, and everything else will happen automatically. Whether you're from Germany, then you have your EFN. Don't worry if you're not from Germany what an EFN is. Just type in your other details and you'll receive an email from me with a nice CME certificate signed by us. I guess that's it for now. So over to Tanya and Eyal for the first presentation. This is about ERKNet and what you can do in ERKNet.
Yeah, thank you, Jan, for the introduction and welcome everyone. And my name is Tanya Wlodkowski. I'm a biologist and working as a project manager at ERKNet since 2018. And together with my colleague Eyal Rahmani, we will present ERKNet and its activities and present you on how nephropathologists can get involved and also contribute to our activities. Okay, so this is the agenda for today. So as an introduction for ERKNet, ERKNet is the European Rare Kidney Disease Reference Network, which has been established in 2017 by the European Union in the framework of the ERNs, and it is one of the 24 ERNs, each specialized for different organ systems. Currently, our network is composed of 72 expert centers and 100 units in 24 countries, combining clinical and scientific expertise and taking care of around 70,000 patients with rare kidney diseases. In addition, we have also 33 European patient advocates who contribute to all our activities and share their patient perspectives and needs with us to ensure that we have a patient-driven approach. So this is how our network is structured. We have the coordinator, which is Stefan, who oversees the central office, and the executive committee ensures the strategic way of ERKNet. So we have 9 different thematic working groups, which are sorry. Now I lost the word. So we have working group, but also different task forces which work towards the overall aims of the thematic working groups. And we have the Nephropathy task force. Jan Becker is the chair of it, and we have around 30 pathologists or nephropathologists from ERKNet centers. And this group play a very important role in supporting the clinicians for the diagnosis and also promoting innovation and research in our activities. In addition, we also have close collaborations with the international renal societies and patient umbrella organization EURODIS. So here you can see our various activities, which all aim to harmonize the patient care and improve the patient outcome. across Europe. I will go into detail a little bit more in some of them, but just to go through the circle. So we have a virtual consultation system, which is called CPMS. It's a digital online secure platform established by the European Union, which can be used for discussion on complex or very difficult cases. And nephropathologists could also contribute their expertise on biopsy interpretation or also seek advice from other European experts. We offer also various training and education programs with our webinars, e-learnings, and curriculum. I will go into detail later. We promote research and innovation by our ERKReg registry, our exchange programs, and also our survey studies. We do a lot for harmonizing disease management across Europe by endorsing and developing our own clinical practice guidelines to close the gaps for rare kidney diseases. And we also measure the performance of centers and patient outcome through our internal KPI monitoring system, which is integrated in the ERKReg registry. And we also provide a huge repository of online disease information for patients, where they have their very own website where they can find very comprehensive overview for information. So for the education, I want to introduce our ERKNet postgraduate curriculum, which is a structured 3-year curriculum. It's open for all clinicians plus nephropathologists from ERKNet centers. And the curriculum is composed of 3 pillars. The first is the webinar that we hold every 2 weeks for completion of the curriculum. You need to also do exams. And obviously, you have to attend a certain number of webinars and also certain exams to complete the curriculum. We have also e-learning cases. One must say that currently the curriculum is not very much tailored for nephropathologists, but we are very open for e-learning cases from the nephropathology perspectives that we could include there for complex or basic cases, so that we also want to train the nephropathologists and offer them some educational activities. And the third pillar is the clinical experience, that you need to have 2 years of experience in the field of rare kidney disease in the clinics. And if you succeed all the 3 pillars, you get a certificate of the ERKNet specialist for rare kidney disease. So as this is only accessible for healthcare professionals from ERKNet centers, we have also our bi-weekly webinar on rare kidney disease topics. We started them in 2018 and they are very successful. We have a global attendance rate from ERKNet centers, and half of them are not ERKNet centers. So yeah, we also look very much forward if you have some topics or suggestions to provide webinars on your specific field. We have slots. We can coordinate it for next year. And also Jan will give a webinar very soon on pathology in TMA. And this is, as I said, open for the global audience. So here you can see our roadmap to harmonize best practice in rare kidney diseases, from the assessment and identifying of gaps of the development and implementation in our ERKNet centers, and also dissemination and monitoring, as I said. And in the last 8 years, we have adopted and implemented 57 external clinical practice guidelines. We have developed 20 ERKNet guidelines, and 13 more projects are currently on their way. And it's also very important to have nephropathologists on board for such projects, especially where there is need to support the clinicians on the biopsy interpretation or histopathology field. And this is an overview that you can see that across all our working groups, our guideline projects are growing. So we also need to ensure that the guidelines are accessible and visible, and this is how we do it. We post them on our website, including a short summary. We provide also layman summaries for the patients to have them better understand the practice guidelines. We promote them in webinars, through newsletter, in social media, and importantly, we have now also introduced and launched a unique ERKNet Lila guideline app, which you can see here. It's available for iOS and for Apple. And it's a very innovative tool to have the current knowledge of rare kidney disease guidelines easily in your pocket, because it has three key features. The first is that you can access the ERKNet guidelines categorized in chapters for a comprehensive view. We have also shortcuts to the recommendations. And we have also the third option is clinical decision pathways, interactive for different clinical scenarios. And we have also built in clinical kidney calculators for the use in nephrology. And the app was launched in January 2025. And we have now more than 800 download apps and more than 2,000 active hits. And we have included 23 guidelines, 12 decision pathways, and 11 calculators. And this is an ongoing process. So we will update it regularly. If you have calculators which would be for use in nephropathology, you can contact me and we will check out if and how we can integrate it in the app. So this is again a slide on the CPMS, the virtual consultation platform. I want to go a little bit more into detail, because it means if you have a difficult clinical case, you could approach us and we could upload a panel in this system and invite other European experts from the ERKNet network to consult on this case. It's open for ERKNet members. Those can have a permanent access, but it's also open for non-ERKNet experts. They could get granted a guest account for a certain time. And this is again to show our patient website. We have various information. We have disease information, layman summaries of guidelines, multimedia applications, videos, so they can find here various information. One core activity is our ERKReg registry. It was launched in 2019, and since then it became the largest single rare kidney disease registry worldwide. And we have a core registry plus also a growing number of disease-specific sub-registries for which a more detailed data set is collected. Importantly, it's open to all interested nephrology sites in the world. So if you are interested to join ERKReg, you can contact me or your center, your clinical colleagues, and then we can check on how to get started. We also see that there's an increased academic, commercial, and regulatory research interest. On the right side, you can see all the members that are included in the organization of ERKReg. It's our coordinator, Franz Schäfer. Then we have 3 project managers working for it, our data scientists, 2 statisticians, and then we have Eyal, who is now working very much towards a new facelift of ERKReg 2.0. He's also programming on it. So for the functions, ERKReg is built in a modular structure, means the core registry collects strictly prospective data entry with annual visit updates. We collect genetic, histopathology, and imaging information and treatment information. However, this is only actively open for some single diseases. For the sub-registries, it's more flexible. We can have variable timing of updates, and also retrospective information is allowed, and we collect detailed treatment information on this. Here you can see the enrollment curve, that we have a steady increase with around 5,000 new entries per year. And on the right side, you can see the distribution. So the dominant disease area is the glomerulopathies with the IgA nephropathy and idiopathic SSNS. Then the CACUT and ADPKD is the most common diagnosis in ERKReg. We have 59 pediatric patients and 41 adult patients in ERKReg. Here you can see the center contributions. We have now more than 34,000 patients in ERKReg from 29 countries. So it's a very large and powerful data set from 92 centers. And yeah, it's composed of ERKNet centers who contribute 94% of this cohort, our affiliated partners with 1%, and our external partners, we really see a growing number of them, and they provide 5% of the cohort. So on the right side, you can see that we have 2 million rare kidney disease patients across Europe. ERKNet takes care of 70%, and in ERKReg, we have 0.5% of the EU rare kidney disease population collected so far. Just shortly to introduce our KPI monitoring tool, where we can see if the centers adhere to the current best practice as stated in the clinical practice guidelines. And this tool is integrated in ERKReg, and centers can continuously review their own performance in their dashboard, but also we review regularly in the working groups to see deviations from the norm or outliers, also to introduce targeted improvement projects. We have general KPIs, core indicators, but also disease-specific KPIs. So, and now I want to go from data to research and also showcase how you could contribute from participating in ERKReg and the powerful data set. So far, we have 257 rare kidney diseases represented in ERKNet. So it's a large cohort that we already collected, and importantly, 30 offer codes cover 70% of all the patients. So we have a very large patient cohort for a subset of diseases which provide very meaningful, or could provide meaningful ground for research purposes. And active centers, active is defined by minimum having 50 centers of patients entered in ERKReg, can also review the current composition of the ERKReg in our cohort finder and see if patient population of interested is collected in ERKReg and where they could contribute to research purposes. So data access is possible for active centers. It's regulated through our data access policy. All the background and information is visible on the ERKReg website. And yeah, it states that ERKReg data can be requested by various stakeholders, and the level of sharing is also introduced on the website. We have a data access submission platform, and the data access committee needs to review the data access, and only aggregated and anonymized data can be shared with third parties for doing diagnostic treatment or outcome research. In the past few weeks, we have now 17 data access requests approved, and research projects are ongoing, and now we have also 4 publications coming resulting from the ERKReg work. Yeah, that's from my side to introduce ERKNet activities and ERKReg, and now I will hand over to Eyal, who is very much involved in the digital pathology archive in ERKReg.
So, hello everyone, my name is Eyal. Thank you, Tanya, for the introduction, and Jan for inviting us. And I'm a pediatrician, and I've been working for ERKNet almost 3 years. And I've been very much involved in ERKReg, in the patient registry, including the new version, which we will launch soon. And this is the slide before you shows the renal biopsies. So this is about the diseases that are being biopsied the most according to the registry. And as you can see, IgA nephropathy is by far the most biopsied disease in the registry. And most of our patients, especially with glomerulopathies, have been biopsied, showing the importance of nephropathology in the registry, more than 7,200 so far. So we really hope to launch soon the histopathology integration. Can you move to the next slide? Okay. So so far we collect only tabular data, and this is something that we want to change soon. We were hoping to do that a few years ago by launching the digital pathology archive, allowing you, the pathologist, to upload whole slide images directly to the dedicated server, Omero, which is an open source histopathology server. The idea is to use the same ERKReg patients in our registry using anonymization without revealing any personalized information and directly uploading to the Omero interface. We were planning to do that a few years ago, and I think we owe you here an apology about that. We actually were ready to launch it, but then we encountered some issues with data privacy on a specific server that we planned on hosting, which was on Amazon. We later switched because of that to a Germany-based here in Heidelberg cloud service. It's called HiCloud, and it is GDPR compliant, and we will be using that server instead because for us and for you as well, data privacy is very important. And that was the reason for the delay so far. Hopefully, we will launch that service soon. We plan to launch it together with the new version of ERKReg, sorry, hopefully later this year. Can we move to the next slide? So this is the appearance of the arc, how it will look. It's only a mock in this case because this is still the current version, but we will use a similar version where you simply upload the images as a collection, and then you just add them and upload them, and they're later integrated automatically to the Omero system. In the next slide, we can see how it looks from the Omero side, which uses the ERKNet ID, and then all the pathology, the histopathology slides with their additional images grouped together. On the right side, you can see that there is an integrated ERKNet panel, which includes additional information that we will collect and allow you to enter for the slides. The access is based on institution permission, so you only get access to what's allowed. And of course, based on afterwards the access to review the data for further research, we can provide more data to allow you to do research on specific diseases. You can, of course, integrate Omero with other platforms like QPath, but right now this is the platform that we chose. It's open source, and it's should be more than suitable for what we need. And in the next slide, so this is more of a look towards the future where we talk about the model zoo. It's still not something that's ready. That's more of the direction that we want to go to, which is to have like the same concept of a marketplace, but of course this is open source and free. And the idea is to allow us to have multiple models that we select in advance and be able to use them in a pipeline to review automatically or to review specific diseases in the registry. and that way we can have a better workflow for certain diseases, and that different models can be either for detection, segmentation, quantification. Some of them can do multiple together, but the idea is to be able to have sort of a zoo with all the models available there, and then we can just implement them and run them once an image is uploaded with a certain disease or a specific diagnosis, and then we can have all the annotations or quantifications shown automatically. Thank you. And Jan?
Yeah, no, thanks for setting the stage. I think we've all seen, and this is quite obvious, that we want to talk about precision medicine. We want to contribute and benefit from precision medicine. This is the ideal platform to get going, to integrate the input from the various disciplines, what we can do with histology in terms of light microscopy, electron microscopy, and other things that are nice to have there. To really drive home the 3 points: diagnosis, prognosis, and treatment response, the things we're interested in when we're dealing with patients, and particularly with rare kidney diseases, where multi-institutional collaboration, I think, is obviously key. Next slide, please. These are the next steps for the digital pathology archive. It's two things. Basically, is we have to fill the archive once it's ready to take data, and please, if you've got anything on your hard drives that is already connected to patients, don't throw them away, don't delete them, wait for it, and we'll integrate that into the digital pathology archive. And then, of course, everybody who knows about machine learning projects and digital pathology, preparation of the data sets is most of the work you have to do there. And this is something we definitely aim to streamline there, so that you've got tensors ready for machine learning training and or validation. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is the digital pathology archive, the model zoo. We are thinking about language vision model agents and conversational assistants, also agents that you can either breed on this in this zoo and then take it to your clinical practice or experimental application. And we could also think about really harboring them and keeping them in the zoo. So once you upload your slides, you can consult these different species, these different breeds for whatever you have in mind for your given case. Next slide, please. Obviously, the Nephropathology Task Force can also be used to develop and share histotech platforms, and I think we'll see a lot of that later on in the abstract and project pitch part of this afternoon. These are images from Andrew Smith. Thanks a lot. And I think we can see that mass spectrometry, either on microdissected glomeruli or directly in situ, is something to really look into that will enhance what we can do with our biopsy cores. Next slide, please. So in a nutshell, nephropathology will benefit from ERKNet in several fields. So if you've got a difficult case, you can share it GDPR compliant on CPMS, can discuss it with top-level experts from various disciplines within ERKNet. I think it's evident that larger multicentric cohorts in rare kidney diseases, ERKReg is the place, because all the ERB votes are in, particularly possibly also for your hospital you're working in right now. You can also use that to boost your grant application. ERKReg and ERKNet's already EU funded, so if you can tie into that, it will probably give you a boost for your research application. And also, if you're thinking about the afterlife of your research projects, your data, what will happen to them later on? Will they just languish on your hard drive, or will they be reused and kept? And ERKNet and ERKReg is definitely the place, because that's bound to stay. And of course, this is an open and inclusive working platform for nephropathologists, connecting us and our field with various other disciplines to the benefit of patients with rare kidney diseases. And that's it. Thank you. I think for the interest of time, we can reserve the discussion later after the abstract presentation. We've got loads of time to discuss the direction we would like to take the nephropathology task force in, if that's okay with everybody. And if anybody should have any questions, suggestions, how to drive this effort, what you are missing there, what you would change, send us an email. Joris, Amelie, Nico, Vincenzo, or me, and we'll discuss that, and we'll definitely meet again on this topic. Thanks very much for your attention.
Okay. Thanks, Jan and Tanja and Eyal. We continue with the program, I think, Jan.
Yes.
So shall I introduce the next speaker?
Yes, please do.
So it's a tremendous pleasure to introduce Dr. Astrid Weins to you. She is the Chief of Renal Pathology at Mass General Brigham Hospital in Boston, and also she's affiliated to Harvard University Medical School in Boston, obviously. I think she's one of the current leading renal pathologists that we have. I think she's probably best known for her recent seminal work on the anti-nephrin-autoantibody associated podocytopathy. So we are really happy that Astrid's here to join us today. And I know she's a great lecturer and educator, so we are really happy that you're here with us, Astrid. So please share your screen, and we're all looking very much forward to your lecture.
Hi, everybody. In typical manner, I'm here last minute. I'm known for that. It's a beautiful rainy morning here in Boston, so it's a perfect day to give a lecture in Europe early in the morning. So without much ado, I will start. Let me just share my slides. So funny that Joris and I just met each other extensively in Buenos Aires for the last week. So it's actually kind of funny that we're kind of here again. All right, let's see. Can you all see this? This is actually the presentation I gave at ASCAP. So some of you may have heard parts of this before, or, you know, maybe good to have a little refresher on what this is all about. Okay, so these are my disclosures. I do have a patent on the assay we use for testing for anti-nephrin antibodies, and I also am an advisor and speaker for some companies, and I have funding from the NIH. So as you all know, diffuse podocytopathies is a major cause of idiopathic nephrotic syndrome. Obviously, that manifests as abnormal glomerular filtration and is marked by diffuse injury to podocytes. It's a very common glomerular disease in children, accounting for about 90% of 90% of nephrotic syndrome in children is caused by a minimal change disease, and 10% primary FSGS. In adults, it's a smaller proportion of nephrotic syndrome, but it's really important in adults to get a renal biopsy, as you also all know, because there are other causes of nephrotic syndrome that need to be excluded as well. Corticosteroids are still the cornerstone of therapy, despite the fact that we don't really know how they work on this disease exactly. We have more potent immunosuppressants, more reserved for complicated courses that we can also lean on. And most kids actually reach complete remission very fast, you know, sometimes within days, weeks, definitely by about 4 to 6 weeks of treatment. Most of them are in complete remission. But then there are the unlucky ones that will have many relapses, and 50% actually will develop steroid dependence. That's obviously a major problem, since steroids have a lot of side effects. And it's not a benign disease by any means, even though people tend to call it minimal change disease. In steroid resistance, it becomes a lot more tricky to treat this disease, and you will usually reach for very potent immunosuppressants that may or may not work, but really it's essential that we get biopsies and genetic testing done to really understand what's going on in these patients and maybe give us a little bit of more diagnostic and prognostic information. We've known for many years that there is an autoimmune component in diffuse podocytopathy. There is a lot of evidence in the past that has suggested that it's caused by circulating permeability factors. This knowledge has also been derived from extensive studies on a recurrent disease in the allograft, in which it was clear that the causative factor was in the recipient and not in the donor. Anti-nephrin antibodies have also been shown to play an important role in this disease on biopsy, so we can find it on biopsy as described in our studies from 2022 for the first time. And these findings were then subsequently confirmed in animal studies by Tobias Huber's lab with his beautiful New England Journal paper, where he used an immunization mouse model to kind of prove pathogenicity, and later on also some passive transfer studies on rabbits. Additional permeability factor candidates were discussed for many years. You know, people have talked about other slit diaphragm antibodies. CD40 and UCHL1 were discussed in many contexts, but have not proven to be really that important. But then Podocin antibodies, CURL1 antibodies, which is Neph1 antibodies, and antibodies against CRB2 have been floating around in the literature. CRB2 is the only one that has really been proven to be pathogenic in an immunization mouse model as of now, but Podocin and Neph1 definitely are other viable candidates for potentially pathogenic antibodies. There are other non-antibody factors that have been discussed, CLC1, SUPAR, sort of probably the more prominent ones here, but their role is less clear in causing acute nephrotic syndrome. SUPAR in particular seems to be more associated with development of chronic kidney disease. And then we have obviously a ton of B-cell studies from many different labs that suggest a role for circulating plasmablasts and memory B cells, mostly done in children, but also in some adult studies with patients with diffuse podocytopathies. And then the most prominent and interesting thing that I always mentioned that really reaches far back as into the 1920s, 1930s, where children with nephrotic syndrome were hospitalized because there was really no treatment, and they were just kind of, suffering there in the hospital wards. And measles epidemics just kind of raged through those wards, and those kids, a lot of them were miraculously cured of their nephrotic syndrome by the measles virus infection. So we now know that measles virus is attacking B cells, and so this makes a lot of sense. If you don't have antibody production, the disease will go away or will be diminished. The problem that we have, in this field is that we've been using these stratification attempts based on the knowledge we've had in the past to classify and try to get some kind of meaning, some kind of prognosis and prognostic information out of the pictures we see. We've used the terms primary idiopathic versus secondary, podocytopathies. Primary meaning like this is acute onset nephrotic syndrome of unknown etiology. Idiopathic was always a term, or is a term, that we tend to use when we don't know what causes it. And then secondary as a complication to other diseases such as diabetes, lupus, and HIV. These are obviously important considerations and associations of nephrotic syndrome. Then we have this category of steroid responsive versus steroid resistant. under steroid responsive, we lump together SNS, steroid sensitive and steroid dependent, and steroid resistant on the other side, based on basically an after the fact stratification when we know, do people respond or not. This is not something that is not helpful in the beginning, obviously, because we don't know if patients are going to be responding or not. Then on the pathological side, we use minimal change disease versus focal and segmental glomerulosclerosis on the basis of seeing tip lesions, collapsing lesions, or otherwise classified FSGS in a patient with nephrotic syndrome. We have acquired versus genetic. Acquired meaning like this is coming out of nowhere, most likely a circulating factor. There's immunological activity. There might be toxicity to podocytes. Versus genetic, where we have known Mendelian disease-causing variants and variants that may change disease course. The problem is that all of these stratifications are really linked to a lot of issues. There's a lot of overlap between primary and secondary disease. You can totally have a antinephrin-mediated podocytopathy in lupus, for example. You can also have, diabetes and also have a minimal change disease on top of that. This is very problematic because we don't know how patients behave from the get-go, right? This is something that we know afterwards. So really it's just a description and not really a stratification. Minimal change disease in focal segmental glomerulosclerosis is basically a matter of disease progression, and not really something that tells us a whole lot about the patients and the etiology. The tip lesion variant of FSGS is more behaving like minimal change disease, but collapsing lesions, if there are a lot of them, can be very detrimental and have a very bad prognosis. So it's important to describe it. It's important to mention it for prognosis, but it doesn't tell us anything what happened in these patients in the first place. And then again, acquired disease can be seen on top of genetic disease. So there's a lot of overlap as well. So these stratification attempts, while they're, helpful in some ways, they don't help really the clinicians predict therapy responses or really give an exact prognosis for those patients. So this is why we need to improve patient stratification. Obviously, for research studies, we really want to make sure we use appropriate model systems to study this disease. We want to narrow disease stages. We want to clearly define phenotypes for patients, patient-driven or patient, including research. Diagnostic tools are important. We have to develop more non-invasive diagnostics and also do a better job really working up our kidney biopsies, consider genetic workups and family histories and immunological studies that need to be performed. For clinical trials, I already mentioned, it's very important to have proper cohort sizes and proper patients enrolled, appropriate controls, appropriate endpoints. For therapy selection and duration, we want to make sure we have the best possible therapeutic that really targets the disease that we're looking at. We don't want ineffective therapeutics. We don't want toxic side effects. So really, it is important to know what you're dealing with. And then for prognosis, obviously, the patient wants to know how likely am I to respond? How likely am I to relapse? Can this be predicted? Can this be prevented? And how do we really predict and prevent disease progression and recurrence risk? So we need to understand the assignment, really. So when we're testing for antibodies, for example, anti-nephrin antibodies, as a causative factor in full nephrotic syndrome, we need to test when the patient is actively nephrotic and not when they're subnephrotic or later on when they're already in therapy, because then we may not catch the agent because the agent may no longer be there or not there at all. So this is very important. So we need to use appropriate criteria when we test patients. They need to be an active nephrotic syndrome. And this is also something we showed and also Tobias Huber showed in the various papers that they published, that really this antibody is there and detectable in active disease, and it's mostly absent in disease remission. So when you're testing in remission or even on the way to remission, you may no longer catch the antibody. And so this is nicely demonstrated here also by Felicitas Hengel in these two papers here, that when you look at non-nephrotic patient non-nephrotic patients carrying a diagnosis of minimal change disease, you see a lower percentage of antibody positivity than in truly active nephrotic syndrome. So this is very important to remember, that we need to test in active nephrotic syndrome. We've also taken this a step further and really looked at kids in a North American cohort, in a single cohort by the Pediatric Nephrology Research Consortium. Those were 77 children with idiopathic, so-called idiopathic active nephrotic syndrome. So you can see here the UPCR was very high at 13.4. So these patients were really actively nephrotic and had all a low serum albumin at the time of sample collection. And none of them were treated, or just very few of them had received 1 to 3 days of steroids. The vast majority were completely untreated in the emergency room. And as you can see, we see 71% positivity rate, which is much higher than what we found in our initial adult study of 29%. Actually, it's adult and children at the time. And this cohort that we tested before in our original paper had been mostly already treated. I think 96% of the patients had been treated before. So it really drives home the fact that we need to look in actively nephrotic patients to really catch most of them all of them that have antibodies in their bloodstream. And we also did the control study here in healthy pediatric controls. We used 35 that had no nephrotic syndrome whatsoever. And we used the highest positive value as our threshold. I'm aware that this might be very high, so we may actually miss a few children here with actual anti-nephrin antibodies, but we need to put the threshold somewhere. And because this is not a normally distributed population, we had to put it at the highest positive value. When we test for a nephrin, we also need to be very aware of nephrin's very unique biological properties and low anti-nephrin antibody abundance. So we know there are very few antibodies circulating in the blood, and it makes sense because you don't need a lot of anti-nephrin to hit the target. IgG is being filtered, and it really binds to its target when it basically passes through the filter. So you don't need much anti-nephrin to cause very diffuse podocyte injury. And that's a problem, because that makes it harder to design an assay and catch the antibody, and background issues become extremely important. They might not matter for PLA2R detection, for other ELISAs, but they matter here. And there are several studies by several groups which have done this. This study here has done a very nice job in dissecting out the various assays and comparing them to one another, as well as this editorial that my postdoc and I wrote to this article, really kind of understanding the issues and caveats of testing for this antibody. And the most important thing is that we need to keep in mind that these antibodies have can be non-specific, that we detect based on the detection method. So this is very important, has also been nicely looked at by this study by Panliu et al. So when you do a side-by-side comparison, for example, of enhanced indirect ELISA and the IP performed in Tobias Huber's lab, that he is saying is like the gold standard for testing, which I'm not exactly sure if that's true. I don't think we have enough data for that at this point. But as you see in our original paper, we actually did IP as well, so I just want to point to that. And you can see here, this is the ELISA study, and this is the IP study, and there's actually very good correlation of antibody detection in all of the patients that we did both studies in. And when we did a extensive cohort study on the PNRC cohort, the Pediatric Nephrology Research Consortium cohort I mentioned earlier, we actually took 76 of these samples that we had enough material on to do side-by-side testing. And Tobias Huber and Nick Thomas in Hamburg did the IP, and we did the ELISA in parallel. And we actually found that there's 89.5% concordance. There are a few samples that go either way, positive to negative or negative to positive, where we could not get concordance, and we don't know why that is. It doesn't seem to be a unidirectional thing, so it's not like the IP seems to be a lot more sensitive and picking up more positive samples. It goes both ways. So I'm not really sure what's happening, and I think we need to do more studies to understand. But actually, 89.5% concordance for 2 lab-developed tests is not a bad concordance. So we really should keep that in mind. In ANCA disease, in ANCA testing, there's a lot of concordance studies done, and they're never 100% either. We have also done on our cohort some testing on the effect of glucocorticoid exposure on antinephrin detection. You can see that actually the positivity rate falls from 78% to 47% in those children that had received only 1 to 3 days of glucocorticoids. So this is an incredibly fast effect. And if we've noticed this sort of like anecdotally also on our adult patients that we see here in the hospital, when we do longitudinal testing on those patients, we find that the antibodies drop really rapidly and actually way before the symptoms go away. So really, this is a dramatic, fast effect in some of those patients. And that's why if you test after therapy has been initiated, you may not catch the culprit any longer. So this is very important to keep in mind. And then what really is important for pathologists when they are asked, is this, a patient that could have antinephrin antibodies? Should they be tested? We need to know, is this really a diffuse podocytopathy or not? And there's actually a beautiful paper that Dr. Ibrahim Battal from Columbia University just published. I was a part of the study, and we actually kind of looked at recurrent FSGS patients and try to devise criteria for that, how we should define this, because there really isn't a proper definition, how we can make sure that these patients truly have recurrent FSGS. And this is really based on a lot on what these patients had in the native kidney. So we need to really be very exact when we define those patients. We need to see greater than 80% diffuse podocyte foot process effacement. I like to see loss of slit diaphragms as well, since, really this is a cardinal feature of the development of severe albuminuria. You can't have that with just foot process effacement. You need to see loss of slit diaphragms. Also, the GBM thickness need to be taken into account. There are some patients that have thin basement membranes. You obviously don't want to see deposits or other unusual features. You need to be very careful to make sure that you don't have a combination of other things that might be contributing to the proteinuria. And then obviously, when it comes to FSGS, it is very important that we understand the type of the FSGS lesion and also the age, because a patient with, an old FSGS lesion that looks like it's been there for months, for years, this may be a completely different cause. This may be a completely different stage of disease, and the chance that this patient potentially has secondary podocyte injury in the context of, scars and nephron loss and hypertrophy and hyperfiltration is much higher when there are older FSGS lesions present, and not just tip lesions or collapsing lesions. So here I show a picture of the loss of the slit diaphragms. When you look carefully at your EM pictures, make sure that you look for really areas where podocytes have completely lost their interaction with one another. This is what we typically see in antinephrin-mediated disease, together with also, in some cases, kind of a tight junction-like connection where there's no slit diaphragm present either. So I think these are both features we need to consider when we make our diagnosis. Obviously, small deposits, as seen here, even smaller than this, you might miss. So you have to be very careful to look at everything. Early membranous nephropathy can have deposits that are really tiny and located underneath the slit diaphragm, like here. But usually you see the slit diaphragm still intact, and it's being pushed upward more apically by these deposits sort of physically pushing the podocytes away from the glomerular basement membrane. And then thin basement membranes, as seen in this case, can be another contributor to podocyte injury in absence or in presence of acute nephrotic syndrome. And I think is a very important feature when you consider the course of the disease, since these patients may harbor some mutations in collagen 4 or other basement membrane genes. And then obviously, I don't know why this looks so blurry, but you want to make sure you properly describe the FSGS. Is it collapsing FSGS? Is it segmental? Is it global scarring? And then also try to understand when this lesion has developed. If it's recent and the patient's still actively nephrotic, you could probably put it in the primary FSGS category. Whereas if these are older lesions, I'm not sure we should still be calling this primary FSGS at that point. We don't know. So I think it's very important to keep in mind, and maybe it's time to think about this a little bit more critically again in the context of the new knowledge we have now. This, for example, is an older lesion, which is not recent. I think, you have a really older scar with some hyaline under the basement membrane here, complete obliteration of this segment versus something more active as shown, for example, in the second image right here. And then back to the unique biological properties. So nephrin is heavily post-translationally modified, mostly by N-linked glycosylation. And the problem with N-linked glycosylation is that we as humans, by eating meat products, by eating animal-derived foods, we've developed over our lifetime dietary anti-glycan antibodies. And this is because there are certain enzymes that for example, mammals don't have. And they have a different kind of glycosylation pattern with different sugars that we don't have as humans. So we actually, can have antibodies against these sugars that we don't have in our own bodies. So when we test for these antibodies using an animal-derived nephrin protein that has the wrong sugars on it, what we will detect with this assay are antibodies against these other sugars, these foreign sugars. And this is a problem. And this leads to a lot of things that you can see in the literature where people say, oh, we've seen this. We see this in healthy individuals. We see it in individuals with membranous nephropathy. We have this in all these patients. And that's why, this is not specific. And that's not true. If you actually use a human-derived nephrin protein, you don't have this problem. So it's very important to use proper detection modalities, proper peptides, and really consider that this antibody is potentially not a specific antibody that you're detecting. And then the question is, can we use those antibodies to really predict steroid responsiveness? There's been this nice paper by Toby Huber's group, by Felicitas Hengel as first author, basically saying we can use this antibody to detect or predict that patients are going to be steroid sensitive. And this is a really big issue that I'm having because I can't see this in our studies. So we have this here in our completely treatment naive patients. It's 83% positive in steroid sensitive and 67% positive in steroid resistant. And this is a not statistically significant difference. And we've seen this over and over again with different assays we've used. This is real. And so the question is there a study potentially confounded by the presence of, by treatment effects that they've already seen because their steroid resistant cohort is one that it has with overwhelming majority of patients have been treated already with immunosuppressive therapy or glucocorticoid steroid therapy. So really, we have to look at therapy naive kids, and it doesn't seem that these patients, later categorized as steroids resistant, have a much lower percentage of antinephrin positivity to begin with. So I don't think it's a biomarker of steroid sensitive nephrotic syndrome. Unfortunately, I would love to say that. And then finally, I don't want to go over time too far, but I started a little later, so I think I can have a couple more minutes. For pathologists, I know in Europe, in many countries, you guys don't use immunofluorescence, but I think in this disease, it really is critical because that's really the best and only way to visualize the antibody in the tissue. And we see this kind of pattern in patients with antinephrin antibodies. We see this fine granular staining for nephrin antibodies or for IgG when we do our routine immunofluorescence. This is a routine immunofluorescence image. We have extremely high quality IF. We did a lot of optimization of our IF and freezing techniques to get to this, but this is really helpful. When you see this, and we see it in about 70% of minimal change disease and some cases of FSGS, this is highly, highly predictive of the presence of antibodies against nephrin in the serum. And when you actually stain this with nephrin as well, you can see that most of these granules overlap. With nephrin, this is basically clustered nephrin. After the antibody binds, you can do confocal, it becomes even better visualized. And then when you do very high imaging, high resolution imaging by structured illumination microscopy, it becomes very clear that those two stainings are completely overlapping. This is the freezing artifact problem. You can't see this kind of pattern in freezing artifact when your glomerulus is completely collapsed, right? So this is really the problem that many people are facing. And I'm happy to share our protocols with anybody who wants them. You can use this, very nicely for example, to define lupus podocytopathy. We've seen a number of cases of lupus podocytopathy with antinephrin antibodies. You can see nicely the overlap. You can see it in tip lesion type FSGS very frequently, in fact. You can see it at postpartum nephrotic syndrome in a patient with antinephrin antibodies. We just published this case together with Northwell. And then you can also see dusting that does not overlap. So this double staining will really help you define, is this truly nephrin antibody associated or not? And then we have other forms of podocytopathies. These are more toxic forms, which have diffuse foot process effacement for all intents and purposes, look like minimal change disease. The patients are nephrotic, antibodies. And when you take the drug away, these patients get better. And they don't have any overlap in the staining. I'm not going to do this case because I don't want to go over time. But genetic studies are important. We can use antinephrin antibody testing for following patients along through therapy. These are just two examples. There are a lot more examples now in the literature, case reports where, these antibodies were followed through treatment to kind of ensure that immunological remission has been achieved. This is particularly important when you're giving rituximab or other B-cell directed drugs. And also in this case, they use plasmapheresis to get the patient out of acute kidney injury and anuria. And then really later on, rituximab could be much more efficient by actually getting, if the patient's no longer nephrotic, you can actually have much better use of rituximab. You can also predict that the time to remission will be shorter with antinephrin antibody positivity than negativity. And also the time to relapse, unfortunately, will be shorter. So you have this autoimmune podocytopathy, which will be waxing and waning just like any autoimmune disease if you don't properly get rid of the clones that produce these antibodies. And then finally, you can use this antibody to predict a recurrence in the allograft. If the antibody is there the day before the transplant, bet that the patient will have recurrence. If it's not there, it doesn't mean the patient will get recurrence. because there might be, and there absolutely are other factors that cause this disease and will cause recurrence, even in the absence of anti-nephrin antibodies in the allograft. And then we have new studies that came out by Paola Romagnani's lab about these other anti-slit diaphragm antibodies. I think this is still very early on. It's interesting. We've detected these antibodies as well, not so much against Podocin, but against Neph1. However, we don't know what they mean. We don't know if they're pathogenic, and they appear to be more common in adult patients than in children. So this is just a wrap up here. It can be a useful, important diagnostic tool to test for anti-nephrin antibodies, but we still need to figure out exactly the assay we're going to use. There's a clinical assay in development by a company. I hope it's coming out soon so that we can finally put this issue to rest and all use the same assay if it works. It can be a minimally invasive diagnostic test, but we need, as I said, a robust, standardized, and clinically validated testing approach. You have to be extremely careful what you're doing and how you're doing it. So not everybody should just have a home-cooked ELISA in their labs to test. We need to use appropriate criteria when we test. Other autoantibodies, we need to consider them. We need to study them. There are others out there that probably are also pathogenic. Ideally, we should correlate as much as possible with B-cell studies. We're looking at some B-cell phenotyping right now in my lab. We've found that it's mostly circulating plasmablasts in the initial presentation, so we need to really understand if those are the autoreactive cells. And then genetic studies are always important to really aid in predicting disease progression and worse outcomes. And that was it. This is my team. On the left is my lab, basically, and everybody working with me very closely. And then a lot of collaborators and funding agencies have helped with the study. Thank you so much. Sorry for going a little bit over the time.
That's okay. Thank you very much, Astrid, for this beautiful and very scholarly lecture. You cannot hear the applause, but I cannot either, but in our minds, we're all applauding you. Wonderful lecture. We are slightly over time, but that's not really a gigantic problem. So I guess there's time for a few short questions. People can use the chat for this. Oh, I see already a question by Nico from Vienna. And he asked, did you test IF on paraffin sections? So a technical question.
That's a really great question. And we've done it, we've tested it, and it's not working very well. You might see it when it's very strong. And we've had a few cases, especially in recurrence in the allograft, that had really big clusters of nephrin and antibodies. That I can see, but I can't see this very fine pattern. It's just not sensitive enough, and there's too much background. So we haven't been able to get that to work.
Right. I see. And in terms of immune peroxidase, it doesn't work, right, Astrid?
No, it's not. It's too coarse. You're not going to be able to see it there. Yes.
Okay,
I see Jan is asking what the experience of other pathologists is. So in the US, I think I'm hearing a lot of people that describe it and use it as a feature of anti-nephrin antibodies. Been asked a lot for the protocol for co-staining, which actually really helps bring it out because you use a secondary amplification step in this technique, and this really brings out the dusting much better. And then the overlap with nephrin really kind of like nails it. So this is really nice, a tool to potentially like include in your toolbox if you do have some frozen sections. And there's another, that was a great talk. We see podocyte dusting in 1/3 or so of our minimal change disease biopsies. Yeah. Does this correlate with titer? Yeah. It does correlate with the detectability of antibodies in the serum, yes. So when I see the dusting, in 99% of cases, and it overlaps with nephrin, I also have detectable anti-nephrin antibodies in the serum. Yes. The titer itself, I don't think so. So we have patients with very high titers that have very little dusting, and we have patients with low titers that have very intense dusting. I think that also depends on how much is bound in the tissue versus how much is in the serum still. So I think there are different things, different stages of disease that we have to consider.
Okay, I also have a question. Do you still use the term minimal change nephropathy, or would you advise on using different terminology right now?
I use it on every patient with nephrotic syndrome that doesn't have another clear etiology. So if I have membranous, I don't do the staining, obviously. But if I have any kind of diffuse podocytopathy without immune complexes, I will do the staining. And even on those that are negative for dusting, as I said, sometimes it brings it out more. And you might not be sure, but then on the double stain, you can clearly see the overlap. So it really helps. And I think it'll bring your percentage up from 30% if you do this double staining.
Right. Okay. Brilliant.
Brilliant. I think that's it. Thanks again, Astrid. This was wonderful. And yeah, hope we'll be collaborating at some point, maybe with ERKNet. I know you've been collaborating with Franz, haven't you? And yeah, this will be a story we'll hear a lot about in the future.
I'm happy to collaborate.
Great.
I have nothing to hide. I want to
I know you're a
collaborate.
great collaborator, yes. Yeah, on to a topic that's been super hot for the last decade or so plus, and one of the drivers making it hot, shaping this topic at the forefront of C3 glomerulopathy, of course, is Terry Cook. He is probably the complement nephropathologist on this planet, and he's authored the respective chapter in Hepton stalls. We're really happy to have him here giving his presentation about C3 glomerulopathies. And Terry, the screen is yours.
Thank you. I seem to be having some slight trouble sharing my screen.
Is this button with the upwards arrow?
Yeah.
In the center?
I seem to have shared the wrong bit of this. Hold on.
Don't worry, we've got a break time that we can eat into before the abstract presentations, so we're covered.
I see what's happened. It needed me to modify my privacy session.
Oh my goodness.
Let's try again. Okay, can you see that now?
Perfectly fine, thank you.
Right, so, and can you see the talk okay?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So thanks for the kind words, Jan. You've asked me to give an update on C3 glomerulopathy. I think it's actually quite timely for me because I was actually at a KDIGO meeting in Rome 2 weeks ago, which was essentially on C3G, primary IC-MPGN and TMA, and the role of new complement inhibitors. So I think the big, my disclosures, the big update to give you is the fact that we've now got 2 alternative pathway complement inhibitors which are licensed for treatment of C3 glomerulopathy. So the top paper is a trial of iptacopan, which is a factor B inhibitor from Novartis, and that was in the Lancet last year. And then in the New England Journal last year, a trial of pegcetacoplan from Apellis, which is a an inhibitor of C3, but again, effectively inhibits the alternative pathway. Both of these are licensed now in the US and I believe in Europe as well. And I'm going to show you some results from the pegcetacoplan trial. So you can see here on the left the reduction in proteinuria at 6 months, which was 67% in those treated with pegcetacoplan and effectively 0 in those treated with placebo. And then if you look at the subgroup analysis, and this is important, so you can see that this is true both for adolescents from 12 to 17 years and for adults. This trial included C3G, but also patients with primary immune complex MPGN, and it was equally effective. And it included some patients with recurrence after transplantation, and again, it was equally effective. And perhaps the most impressive thing, and this is taken from a presentation of their trial at Kidney Week 2 years ago, is that in 71% of patients, there was complete clearance of the C3. So on the left, you can see a representative baseline biopsy with 3+ C3, and on the right, after 26 weeks of treatment, no C3 at all. So I think this is an incredibly impressive result. You've got a disease which is defined by the presence of C3 in the glomerulus, and this treatment completely abolished it in around 70% of patients. So now that we've got these drugs available, I think it's going to become even more important that we make accurate and early diagnosis so that people can start treatment as early as possible. As I say here, I think they're, and based on what I was hearing from nephrologists in Rome, these are almost certainly now going to be first-line treatment rather than trying a trial of other immunosuppression. Pegcetacoplan, as I've mentioned, is licensed for primary IC-MPGN as well. So I think the pathologist is going to have a major role in discussion with the nephrologist in identifying those patients who are going to benefit from treatment. So let's talk a bit more about how the diagnosis is made. Obviously, you'll be entirely familiar with the fact that this is a diagnosis which is only made on biopsy. As we defined this back in, I think it was 2010, we defined this as a GN which is due to abnormal control of complement activation by the alternative pathway. So what you would expect to see in that case is glomerular C3 fragments without immunoglobulins or components of the classical pathway. And importantly, and just as a distinction from TMA due to abnormalities of the alternative pathway, you'll see electron dense deposits on electron microscopy. Now, of course, in the real world, and actually even in mice with deficiencies of factor H, where we know what the cause is, you will see immunoglobulin present in small amounts. And we thought long and hard about ways to deal with that, to help people come up with criteria for making the diagnosis. And so the consensus which we defined and which has been endorsed in a number of papers is that the criterion is dominant C3 staining, with C3 staining at least 2 orders of intensity stronger than any combination of IgG, IgM, IgA, and C1q. But I really think it's important to emphasize this is not a definition of C3 glomerulopathy. This is an aid for diagnosing patients where complement dysregulation is the cause of their disease. And we know it's not completely specific. It only captures about 88% of cases of DDD, and I'll show you those figures in a moment. And also remember, these criteria were validated using immunofluorescence for C3c on frozen sections. So they may not apply in your lab if you're doing, for example, immunofluorescence on paraffin sections, immunoperoxidase on paraffin sections, or for that matter, immunofluorescence for complement components other than just C3c. So this is to remind you of how those criteria were devised. And this was a paper from Columbia looking at cases of MPGN. And in particular, I want you to look at these cases of DDD. So they examined a number of criteria. Just C3 picked up about 50% of DDD. C3 dominant with some IgM, another 21%. C3 dominant, and now with this criteria that we use as a consensus. But overall, only picking up 88% of cases of a disease which I think we are all agreed is a complement-mediated disease. So in real life, I think we have to be constantly aware that the interpretation of these criteria have to take other things into account, and maybe an iterative process of discussion with the clinician. So firstly, and most importantly, how the C3 is detected, whether it's frozen tissue, as in those original studies, or paraffin tissue. Now, I'm confident that paraffin tissue can be used in immunoperoxidase to nicely stain C3c. This on the left is a section from our own lab carried out by an experienced technician doing it by hand. On the right, this is a referral case that we often receive examples of at Imperial done on a staining machine, and to my mind, extremely difficult to interpret because of the background. So clearly, you have to be critical about the sensitivity of your immunostaining methods. The other thing is that I think EM can be incredibly helpful. Obviously, as I said, the consensus definition was derived particularly by looking at dense deposit disease, because we know that if you see that in appearance on EM, there's really nothing else that will cause it, leaving aside the very, very rare cases of dense deposit disease associated with C4. And on the right, a pretty typical appearance of C3 glomerulopathy of the non-DDD type. And I think many pathologists would recognize this as being highly likely to be a case of C3 glomerulopathy, with these very vague deposits expanding the basement membrane and also the mesangium. So I think if you see these suspicious features in EM and the immuno is not completely clear, you're going to go back and revisit it. The clinical history, particularly in the context of infections and the length of time since an infection before the biopsy, and obviously complement serology and genetics may be important. Now, we know that you can get C3 glomerulopathy in people with normal circulating complement and no genetic abnormalities, but clearly if you've got low complement or a particular genetic abnormality, such as those seen in the autosomal dominant form in Cypriot patients, then that's going to sway your diagnosis too. There's one particular test I want to mention, and I think this potentially is very useful, and this was described back in 2020 by Sophie Chauvet, and she looked at a group of children in France with confirmed post-infectious GN, and all of those children had resolution of their hypocomplementemia by 90 days. A set of children with C3G and persistent low C3 and some healthy controls. And what she showed was that anti-factor B antibodies are transiently found just in those patients with post-infectious GN. Now, I have always said that this needs to be replicated, and at the meeting in Rome, Richard Smith from Iowa also has confirmed that he finds this test incredibly helpful for distinguishing children with post-streptococcal GN. So I'm mentioning this very specifically as something that I think could be useful. Now, the other disease that I've said pegcetacoplan is licensed for is idiopathic immunoglobulin associated MPGN. So this is a disease where you see an MPGN pattern of injury, where there are C3 and immunoglobulins present, but not fulfilling the criteria for a C3 dominant GN. And most importantly, with no evidence of a secondary cause. And it's absolutely essential clinically to exclude autoimmunity, to exclude chronic infections, and really critically to include monoclonal immunoglobulin deposition. And this is where the biggest pathological risks come. And very specifically, the pathologist needs to think about masked monoclonal immunoglobulin deposition. So to look for the presence of immunoglobulins and light chains and potentially IgG subclasses after protease digestion. So why do we think that idiopathic immunoglobulin-associated MPGN is, in many cases, a complement-mediated disease? So there are really three lines of evidence. If you look at large series, and there was a nice series from Italy published back in 2016, you can show that the incidence of low circulating C3 nephritic factors and genetic variants is the same in these idiopathic MPGNs as in C3 glomerulopathy. To my mind, the most convincing evidence is that many people have seen and published cases, and particularly in children, where a presentation with an immune complex associated or an immunoglobulin associated MPGN in a first biopsy, when you then look at later biopsies, will just show the appearances of C3G. And then, of course, we've got from the pegcetacoplan trial the fact that these respond to C3 inhibition. Now, that in itself, I think, is not conclusive evidence, but I think put together with these other lines is pretty strong evidence. Just to say, there's no real consensus recommendation for how much C3 staining you need. I think when people have published these cases, some authors have assumed that C3 is dominant or co-dominant in these cases. If we look at that series that I mentioned from Italy and look at the staining in their cases, the mean intensity of C3 was 2.61 on a scale of 0 to 3. And in the trial of pegcetacoplan, the entry criteria was that these cases had to have a C3 intensity of at least 2+. So important to bear that in mind if you're potentially recommending these cases for treatment. So what I think we can say is that if secondary causes are rigorously excluded, then many or most cases of immunoglobulin-associated MPGN with marked C3 deposition probably represent complement-mediated glomerulopathy. And it's been suggested, and I think reasonably, that this may be due to transient immune complex deposition related to intercurrent infection at the time of diagnosis. Just in terms of terminology, I mean, I think the purist would say these are immunoglobulin-associated MPGNs. I guess if you exclude monoclonal immunoglobulin, then it's perhaps reasonable to assume that you're dealing with immune complexes. But either way, the license for pegcetacoplan is for primary IC-MPGN. So we're going to have to label it as that if we're going to be able to give the patient the drugs. Okay, so I want to turn now to histologic features and prediction of kidney outcomes. Firstly, the long-term outcome, and I think this is reasonably straightforward. All the studies that have looked at this, not surprisingly, show that tubular atrophy, interstitial fibrosis is the best predictor. And in some studies, glomerular sclerosis, cellular and fibrocellular crescents, and arteriosclerosis have also been predictive. This is our own large study showing outcome with different levels of segmental glomerular sclerosis, cellular crescents, and different categories of IFTA. Particularly interestingly, I think, is the question of how pathology relates to clinical features at presentation. And what we found was if you look at the biopsy at presentation, proteinuria correlates with endocapillary hypercellularity, as here on the top, and double contours. And I think this is really important because these features are going to respond at different rates to treatment. And I think inflammation may respond very quickly, whereas we know from other diseases that repair of the capillary wall can take months to years. So you may get some persistent proteinuria while that repair occurs. And this is actually supported in the iptacopan study. And I'll show you, this is taken from the appendix of that study. Now, one of the endpoints in that trial and in the pegcetacoplan trial was change in the activity index. And these are components of the activity index as described from Columbia. Now, that was, I think, a really stupid endpoint to choose for the very reason that I've said to you, that things like endocapillary proliferation might respond quickly, whereas membranoproliferative morphology is likely to respond very slowly. And in neither of the trials was there a significant change in the overall activity index. However, as you can see here, if you look at endocapillary hypercellularity, there was a much bigger change from baseline in the treated patients than in the placebo patients. Endocapillary and proliferation and leukocyte infiltration are effectively the same thing. And I can say this confidently because I looked at the biopsies from this trial. They're just scoring the same thing. I would just, while we're thinking about scoring inflammation in the biopsy, say that I think macrophage immunohistochemistry with CD68 provides a much more objective measure of glomerular inflammation that can be easily assessed by image analysis. So what this now brings me to, having told you about those changes with treatment, is the potential role of the repeat biopsy. So I think in patients who are treated, there might be several reasons why proteinuria could persist after complement blockade. One might be that the treatment is not effectively blocking complement deposition. So there may be persistent C3 deposition with persistent glomerular inflammation. But as I've emphasized, it may actually be slow resolution of the capillary wall structural changes, even though the disease has been switched off. And of course, in patients with considerable scarring, it may be secondary to hemodynamic changes. So I think repeat biopsy in treated patients with persistent proteinuria is going to be useful to allow assessment of whether there's resolution of C3 deposition. And from the Rome meeting, it's my impression that KDIGO may suggest that we define an entity of histological remission defined by the absence of C3 on immunofluorescence and the resolution of endocapillary hypercellularity and cellular crescents. So I just want to end by saying something about transplant recurrence. Now, we've known for some time that recurrence is common of C3 glomerulopathy, sorry, that should say C3G, somewhere in the region of 70 to 90%, of IgM, PGN, possibly lower, but I think all this variability reflects a number of things, whether people have looked at protocol biopsies or biopsies for cause, whether we're talking about histological or clinical recurrence, and particularly for the MPGN, the variability of what was defined as MPGN in those series. But I just want to emphasize the findings of one recent study from Boston in a series which included protocol biopsies. And what they found was that histological recurrence of C3G is very common and very early. So seen in 89% of patients at a median of 33 days after transplantation. And at the time of recurrence of C3G, 20% of the patients had normal glomerular cellularity, 75% had mesangial hypercellularity, and only one had endocapillary hypercellularity. Half of the patients progressed to endocapillary hypercellularity or membranoproliferative changes at 1 year. And many of them had only very low levels of proteinuria at the time of the first biopsy, which showed recurrence. So really, this shows us that recurrence of C3 deposition is common and occurs early, but I think throws up a number of other questions. So we know at the time of the immunofluorescent recurrence, there may be little glomerular inflammation and little proteinuria. How should we define histological recurrence? Now, you might use standard immunofluorescence criteria with C3C of at least 2+. In the paper that I've just shown you, because they had electron microscopy, their minimum criteria were 1+ C3, but with electron dense deposits. I think you could make an argument for histological recurrence being C3 deposition and some evidence of activity. But I think the answer is we don't know, and I think this is something we're going to have to define in terms of who gets treatment. And the other thing that's controversial, although my impression at the meeting in Rome is that most nephrologists would want to use protocol biopsies, but of course the question then becomes, when should you do the first one, and then how often? And when should specific complement inhibiting treatment be started? And again, my impression from the nephrologists at the Rome meeting was that the majority would want to start treatment with histological recurrence rather than relying on proteinuria. And then the final question would be, is your approach going to be different if there's been recurrence in a previous transplant? I think some nephrologists would actually want to treat from the time of transplantation without even worrying about the recurrence on biopsy. So I'm going to summarize what I've said. I think the introduction of these alternative pathway inhibitors is going to mean that accurate and early diagnosis of C3G and primary IC-MPGN is going to be increasingly important. And I think the accurate diagnosis depends on a dialogue between the pathologist and the nephrologist. You may have to revisit the biopsy, the immunostaining, the EM, depending on what the other features, clinical features, serological features are. I think kidney biopsies are going to be of considerable importance in monitoring the response to treatment with these drugs and possibly in swapping from one of these drugs to another. And I think biopsies are going to be essential for the diagnosis of transplant recurrence, but I think the role for protocol biopsies is going to need to be defined. So I'll stop there and I'll be happy to take questions if we've got time.
Thanks very much. This was great. We've got a couple of questions. First has been posed by Mark Haas. Hello to Los Angeles.
Hi, Mark.
In cases of primary immune complex MPGN, does pegcetacoplan treatment cause disappearance of IgG from glomerular as well as of C3? If not, are the deposits in primary IC-MPGN truly immune complexes? Or is this just a variant of C3G?
Well, Mark, that is a question I would very much like to know the answer to. And one of the frustrating things about these trials is that it's very, very hard to find out answers to these questions. I think that question is an important one. And the other question that's an important one is, why did only 70% of patients lose their C3? What was actually different about the patients who didn't lose their C3 in terms of, you know, their C3 nephritic factors or whatever? I have posed these questions to the drug company several times, including at the meeting in Rome. And frankly, you tend to get fobbed off by them saying, oh, well, these are small subgroups and we haven't been able to analyze them properly. I think it's a very reasonable question. And at the moment, they're not telling us the answer.
Maybe we need to find some antigens for these immune complexes. And maybe
now, you know, the great thing now is that these drugs are going to be used. What I think would be of critical importance are to have registries in which we've got biopsies that are taken in the patients who are on treatment, where we can, because people aren't going to publish 2 cases of treatment, but if these go into a registry, then, you know, we can collect this information.
Then there's a question from Ian Roberts. Hi, Ian.
Hi, Ian.
Given that first presentations and relapses of C3G and IC-MPGN are frequently triggered by infections, when would you call a post-infectious GN C3G? And when would you recommend assays for nephritic factors in genetic studies following an infection-related GN?
Okay, so what I think is that there are no specific features in a biopsy which can identify it as being a self-limiting post-infectious GN. On the other hand, I think there are features in a biopsy, like established double contours or scarring, which you're going to pretty confidently say this is not a typical post-infectious GN. But my understanding from all the nephrologists I've spoken to as well is that in a typical post-infectious GN, the serological complement abnormalities will resolve within 3 months. Now, that doesn't say that the changes in the biopsy will completely resolve, because we know that you can get some persistent mesangial proliferation or mesangial deposition of C3. But I think it's something that can only be determined in conjunction with the clinician. It's not a pathological diagnosis. It depends on all the patient's complement markers going back to normal. What seems to be the case is that mistakes are made in both directions here. I mean, one of the things that became clear in Rome from talking to Richard Smith from Iowa is that they often see children whose complement abnormalities have resolved quickly, but are on steroids 18 months later because no one realized this was a self-limiting post-infectious process.
Thanks very much. And then there's a second question from Ian. For the sake of time, Terry, could we ask you to maybe just type in an answer to Ian's second question, because I think that's also very interesting. And then yours can take over, introducing Amelie for
Sure.
the last presentation. Thanks very much. I really enjoyed this. This is very helpful, and I'm sure we haven't heard the last time from you about this topic. Thank you very much.
Great, thanks.
Okay, thank you. That was great indeed. So now it's a pleasure to move to the next speaker, the next topic, and it's a pleasure to introduce our colleague Amelie Dendooven to you. She is a renal pathologist at Ghent University Medical Center, and I think also with an affiliation still to Antwerp University, both in Belgium, of course. I think Amelie is a very a seasoned and very versatile renal pathologist, involved in different fields of renal pathology, but very importantly in hematopathology and paraprotein-mediated kidney diseases, including the use or research into the use of advanced techniques such as tissue mass spec analysis. So Amelie, thanks for joining us today, and I hand over to you for your lecture on MGRS.
Thank you, Joris, for the very kind introduction. I hope you hear me well. I'm going to share my screen. Okay, you see my presentation screen now?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. So good afternoon to all listeners, and thank you very much for the invitation. Actually, I feel very...
sorry, Amelie. Yeah, in fact, we see the presenter's mode, so not the full screen. Sorry about this.
No, it's good that you tell me. Oops. It's, I'm going to switch. I think now it's better.
Now we can't see anything at all, I'm afraid. But maybe it's coming up.
How is that? Oops. I will try to share my whole screen. Maybe that will work better. And then I have to...
Or share the PowerPoint window and then go to full screen. Maybe that works.
Yeah, maybe that works better. Sorry for the inconvenience.
Amelie,
that's
really,
fine. That's fine. Don't worry.
I'm really happy we can meet this way. It would be much nicer to welcome everybody here in Cologne, and then we would, of course, go for a Kölsch, but we can't.
Yeah, really why don't we do that, Jan?
Well, you can hop onto the train, Joris. It's a long weekend.
Now it's again the wrong screen, I think.
Yeah.
Now it's better, I think.
Here we are.
Perfect.
That's it.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. So thank you very much for the invitation. And of course, I feel very humble here talking after giants in the field as Astrid and Terry. But I'm looking forward to updating you on recent insights into monoclonal gammopathies of renal significance. These are my disclosures. First, a 2-slide summary to the topic, then I will go deeper into some new aspects in the field. A monoclonal gammopathy is a situation in which the body's plasma cells, primarily seated in the bone marrow, contain a clone. You see the normal situation in the upper half of the figure, and there the body contains a mixture of plasma cells producing a mixture of immunoglobulins, which make up then the gamma region in the serum electrophoresis, and this is the gamma region. So this mixture is, of course, intended to protect the organism against all kinds of infectious menaces, right? So the abnormal situation is actually that there is an aberrant plasma cell clone, a tumoral clone, which can be large, such as in myeloma, and then you have a load of plasma cells. However, it can also be quite small in the amount of plasma cells that make up the clone. Nevertheless, this produces a detectable aberrant and clonal M protein. And then this is evident in the blood or in the urine sometimes, but here you see the blood as an M peak superimposed on the normal electrophoresis pattern. So regardless of the volume of tumor cells, this M protein has the potential of exerting end organ effects by its interaction with body's antigens. Remember, it's an immunoglobulin. And then the interaction with the body can be determined by the physicochemical properties and the specificity of the M protein. And here you see an overview of manifestations as we know them in the kidney. You will know these disease entities because you will have encountered them, or at least some of them, because some of them are actually quite rare. It is not merely important to diagnose MGRS, a clone leading to kidney disease. It is also important to delineate the specific type of kidney disease occurring in your patient. This is because different types of MGRS also have different rates of extrarenal disease, kidney survival rates, and post-transplant recurrence rates. And even the timing of recurrence is different, with, for instance, PGNMID occurring very fast after transplantation, faster than, for instance, a deposition disease like amyloidosis. And of course, we talk a lot about MGRS, but we have to take note that some of these manifestations are not truly MGRS, but rather lymphoma with renal symptoms due to the clone that the lymphoma produces, to the immunoglobulin that the lymphoma produces. Generally, therapy will be directed at the eradication of the clone. There might be differences in treatment schemes, however. Treatment for amyloidosis, for instance, will include proteasome inhibitors and also treatment for amyloidosis should take into account common organ dysfunction. So you cannot give all chemotherapeutic regimens to these amyloidosis patients. This all to say that it's important to delineate specific forms of MGRS. And that brings us to the first topic for today, that are the updated definitions for practical use by nephropathologists. This is the paper it's the Renal Pathology International Kidney and Monoclonal Gammopathy Research Group that came together and that proposed to make some specific definitions for each subtype of MGRS. We know that the pathologic diagnosis is challenging because of the lesional complexity and heterogeneity. And these definitions might help us to uniformly diagnose MGRS. So the paper features mandatory criteria for each subdiagnosis, but also some non-mandatory supportive features you might encounter. And it also advocates application of standardized terminology and definitions. All, of course, to avoid miscommunication and turn up in a Babylonian situation. This is pertinent because in the past confusion has been present. This is, for instance, an image from an otherwise very nice paper presenting a case series of membranous monoclonal gammopathies and membranous variants of PGNMID. In this paper, however, the cases were labeled as MIDD, monoclonal immune deposition, immunoglobulin deposition disease. So MIDD is not really this immune complex deposition, it's rather a sort of powdery deposition of immune clump complexes here along the tubular basement membrane. And it's not an immune complex, it's really an interaction of the immunoglobulin or the light chain or the heavy chain with the tubular basement membrane components. To the right, you see how in the glomerulus you also can find some of these depositions and also the powdery deposition in the mesenchyme. But typical is the tubular basement membrane deposition. So it's not, this is different from a membranous nephropathy, of course. So the main asset of this article on the updated criteria are its tables. You see here the lesion and the diagnosis and the name you should use, also the abbreviation you should use, and then the prerequisite diagnostic criteria. So all of these must be met, and then supportive features. I won't, of course, go over all of the tables, but for instance, for light chain amyloidosis, all must be met. You have to see the congophilic acellular deposits. You have to see monotypic light chain staining with negative staining for heavy chain. Or you can use, for instance, mass spectrometry, abundant spectra, and also as defined how you should interpret your mass spectrometry. Then the other ones are supportive features, but really these prerequisite diagnostic criteria must be met. I will now present you a case which we had in our diagnostic facility and in which the paper might be helpful to look at this. Here, this was a young woman, 33 years old, and she presented with a nephrotic syndrome and slight renal function impairment. She had no other symptoms. She had no lupus. She had nothing else. She just suffered from this nephrotic syndrome, which made her ill. There was apparently all serology on viruses was negative as well. So light microscopy showed a proliferative pattern of disease. We even had double contours, so you can say this is a membranous proliferative glomerulonephritis. There were also, as you see here on the PAS staining, some pseudothrombi-like deposits, or at least very large and abundant PAS-positive immune complexes in the capillary walls. We do C4D as immunohistochemistry and was also very strongly C4D positive. And these are the results from the immunofluorescence on frozen tissue in this patient, in which you see actually that there were large depositions of IgG and C3 and kappa. No lambda was present. We also did the IgG substains, and there we saw that IgG3 was really restricted in this patient. Now, what do we have to make of this case? We additionally performed electron microscopy, and you see how large and abundant these immune complex depositions in this patient were, really almost consuming the basement membranes. And there was no clear substructure. There was just a very finely granular appearance, but no substructure present. So according to because we had this IgG3 and this kappa, the question arose, of course, is this not a PGNMID? Is this not an MGLS? However, the patient is young. She had no detectable clone in the bone marrow when that was performed. She had no serum electrophoresis peak. Because we had to convince the nephrologists and the hematologists that it was really some monoclonal or at least monotypic deposition, we further performed mass spectrometry as we are setting this up in our facility. And we could confirm that we did not have errors in the immunofluorescence, but that indeed, in this case, we had a very, very, very high number of hits for the kappa. This is IgG kappa. Well, it's kappa, so it's part of the gene for kappa, and this is the heavy, the IgG3 really that shows up. So this is abundance, and this is the ranking of the protein. So it was really two of the most abundant proteins in these glomeruli, whereas lambda and other heavy chains were a lot lower. compared to here a control, negative control case in which you saw that, of course, you see also some IgG heavy chain and kappa and lambda, but lower on the curve, really lower on the curve. So here we confirmed this monotypia of the IgG3 and the kappa in this patient. Actually, the clinicians and also we thought, hey, might this not be cryoglobulinemia, because you saw this PAS positive pseudotrauma. But if you look then at the definitions, here we have an MPGN with monotypic IgG deposits. It was IgG in IgG3 one subclass, granular non-organized depositions on the electron microscopy, and we really checked this with the clinicians several times. There was no evidence of cryoglobulinemia. The supportive features was present here as well, so we more or less confidently diagnosed PGNM-ID in this, however, young patient. It's not a cryo. You could think, okay, there is endocapillary proliferative GN truly present, with some double contours. We did see pseudothrombi, but we had no substructure and no cryoglobulin. So here we favor the PGNM-ID. This brings us to the next topic, because the case is exemplary of the problem we have with the PGNM-ID. There is an unexpected low rate of detectable monoclonal gammopathy in the serum and the bone marrow, and only a quarter to a third of PGNM-ID cases. And it's also unclear why IgG3 is so often the culprit protein. The group of Patier-Limoges in France has investigated deeper the underlying clones in this PGNM-ID pattern. And what they did is they examined a cohort of 56 patients, and they focused really on the hematocharacteristics by performing deep sequencing, RACE-REPSEQ sequencing on the bone marrow of these patients. And as well, they did extended immunofluorescence studies on the kidney biopsy. This is their technique for the deep sequencing. What they do is that they sequence the immunoglobulin genes by a specific primer here for the constant domain end of immunoglobulin gene, and then a sort of a generic primer for the 5' end. So you sequence every immunoglobulin gene, and you are not hindered by the variety that is present here in the variable domains. Then, so this is amplified, and then you sequence by a Illumina sequencer, and you can see all the reads, and then you can sort the reads and see how prevalent the reads are. And this they applied to these patients, and what you see here is that so each line is a patient, so A and B belong to the same patient. This was a PGNM-ID kappa pattern on biopsy, and this patient in the bone marrow had all IgG kappa reads clustering here in the same subtype of the IgG kappa gene. He did not have on immunofluorescence any IgG, so only kappa. And then with the advanced immunofluorescence studies, they looked at specific subtypes of kappa. So this is not something we routinely do in our laboratories, and it's not commercially available, which is a pity, because here it was seen that there was only one type of kappa used in this, or present and deposited in this PGNM-ID. So we have a combination of a lot of clonotypes from the sequencing that have the same sequence, and we have this subtype of the kappa present. Same for the next patient. Here it was IgG and V kappa 2, and also you see again the reads that cluster. Here you have an IgG3 case, but then, and you have to look now at G and H. This is a different situation. In this situation, there was no specific clonotype visible by sequencing. However, a lot of was IgG kappa, but it was like spread out over the different genes, really. And there was a lot of IgG3, but if you see here now the kappa usage on immunofluorescence, you see it's actually not a clonal, but a monotypic disease. Same for the lower patient in the graph. So in this paper, it is shown that a subset of these PGNMID patients are not monoclonal, but rather monotypic situations. And this is then a sort of a graph that summarizes all the sequencing and all the IF studies they did. And it's especially in the IgG3 kappa patients that RAISE-REPSEC was negative in the subset. So here 37 negative, 4 only positive. And it often kappa, and then actually all those cases showed polyclonal anti-kappa staining. They further did in a small subset of patients deep proteomics, and they saw that also on the proteomics multiple domains were used. However, in some other types, so for instance light chain only, the situation was that they found only clonal disease by the sequencing. So it really depends a bit on the subtype how often you can expect monotypia versus monoclonality. So this is a game changer because it learns that PGNMID might not be one disease, but rather a pattern occurrence. And then some of these might be reactive situations, other might be truly related to a tumoral clone. Deep sequencing can help establishing the true nature of clones, but it's a technique that is not present now in all centers, of course, so it's a bit difficult to apply for all patients. The holy grail in the future might be to perform peptide sequencing on these deposits. Then you don't need the bone marrow, you can start from the kidney tissue. So you're really looking forward to further research on this disease. The third topic I would like to discuss with you is the light chain crystalline podocytopathy, which is a new thing coming up. It's a new subtype of MGRS that begins to be better characterized. This is a case series that was presented by the Mayo Clinic together with collaborators on 25 patients. And in this disease, patients present usually with moderate to heavy proteinuria with albuminuria and renal function impairment in a varying degree. And here you see the nice pictures of the paper. And it's really like a collapsing glomerulopathy-like picture with podocytes that are really swollen, that contain peptide or protein droplets. But if you look closely, for instance, on this PES staining, also have like a sort of crystalline or granular appearance in the cytoplasm. The semi-thin section stained by toluidine blue is nice. It really shows up the intracytoplasmic granules present in these podocytes. And actually, and I like this picture a lot, is that in some of these patients, bone marrow was available, and the plasma cells in the bone marrow also contained some crystalline inclusions. So this disease is an MGRS in which the clone produces produces an immunoglobulin that tends to crystallize really easy, and apparently does so in podocytes as well. And the EM pictures are nice. They show that here you see, for instance, in the podocyte cytoplasm, a lot of these crystalline structures. As in other crystalline diseases, the structures can vary in their appearance. Some are more trapezoidal, some can be more needle-shaped. So actually a variety is seen there. This is not from the paper I showed you, but from a different case report, so shows the same aspect on light microscopy, and nicely shows that the tubuli often contain the same crystals as well. So in a subset, and a large subset of these patients, the light chain crystalline podocytopathy goes together with the light chain tubulopathy with crystals. And here EM pictures of these crystals, which are here more electron-lucid-like, is shown as well. Now, IF studies, well, they can be difficult in these light chain crystalline podocytopathy, which is mirroring the light chain crystalline tubulopathy, in which often as well the immunofluorescence on frozen tissue is negative, and it's the same in this podocytopathy. And it depends a bit on case per case. You often have to do pronase to make it visible, or you can do immunohistochemistry, which often works, but you have to know that these crystals can be negative on your usual IF. Here you show that it's in this picture where they could make it visible, that in the tubules again, you see the same type of crystals. This is a table with the clinical pathologic characteristics of the reported cases. So you see that 30% or a third of them have nephrotic syndrome. Proteinuria varies really, but lower levels, but also very high nephrotic levels in some of the patients. And as you see, the Fanconi syndrome is not so often present, although a lot of cases have the tubulopathy. The authors think that the Fanconi syndrome might not as yet be that prominent, because as soon as you get these nephrotic range proteinuria, patients get symptoms faster and will be biopsied faster. So maybe they don't have the time to develop the full Fanconi syndrome. So the last topic I would like to go into is to risk stratification and prediction. There has been some progress on that. And this is important, because one of the clinical problems is when to biopsy a patient with both a monoclonal gammopathy and a renal problem. We know that around 3% of the population of 60 plus has an MPEAK, and CKD is prevalent in this population as well. Previously, there have been some algorithms or some schemes on which patients to consider. Depending on GFR and albumin-creatinine ratios, but it seems to be rather difficult for nephrologists when to do that. And some tools have been published now that can maybe help this decision. One is the Mayo Clinic MGRS prediction tool, in which they actually have included biopsies of 280 patients, a cohort of 280 patients, and a mixture of these patients had MGRS and non-MGRS lesions, and they made a logistic regression model, and it's also available as a calculator online in which you can enter some parameters of your patient. This goes into the model, and then it calculates a chance of MGRS, and you can then judge if you have to do the biopsy based on that chance or not. Another nice paper, a European paper, is this one, and this is not using the logistic regression, but an AI based model. The paper was based on roughly the same number of patients as the other paper, and is an alternative to use in order to decide if you should biopsy or not. However, for the first and the second tool I showed alike, the question is for which patients these really help. It might be, you always should look at the full scenario, of course, and a lot of these patients need a kidney biopsy regardless, because they have, for instance, such high numbers of rates of proteinuria, because they do have hematuria as well, or they have a fast decrease in eGFR. Other ones are clinically stable and do not need a biopsy at all. And then one of the inherent problems to making such a model is that you can only use the biopsies that have been performed. So the patients that are not biopsied, you will never know if there was an MGRS in it or not. But nevertheless, all these tools can be, it's nice that something is there, and I would say play around with these tools and see if you can make sense of it. I would thank you a lot for listening. Some of the research we are doing is together with the Flemish Institute of Biotechnology, and I want to mention Francis Impens and Anne-Laure Vandendriessche, which are collaborators on this. So thanks a lot for listening, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Amélie, for this great update on MGRS. Good to see the evolving spectrum of diseases. Personally, I found the new paper on the possible oligoclonal or polyclonal background of the PGN-MID quite interesting, and it promises to be a paradigm shift, right? So I'm looking forward to hearing more about it. There's a question of Nico in the chat. He says he has a case of crystalline proximal tubal and podocytopathy with 2 different antibodies in histochemistry against kappa or lambda, not highlighting the crystals. How often does it happen? Amelie, do you know anything?
No, well, I don't know anything on the rate of this happening, because it's very, very rare. And the podocytopathy I have not seen myself either. I have seen cases of tubulopathy, but not yet of podocytopathy. So it's really a rare occurrence. But we know these are clonal proteins. Then they get this conformational shift that they form these crystals. So it's actually quite logic that some of our reagents will not bind to these epitopes. So if you see these really nice structures, I would say it would be a crystalline podocytopathy until proven otherwise. And so the clinical setting will help a lot. So as well, of course, if you do not find any clone in this patient, it will be then I would be very, very, very hesitant. But
So could there be a role here for I call it a laser dissection of the glomeruli and followed by mass
spectrometry? Yeah. Well, I think this would be nice to do this, and I'm not sure if this has been done, and the paper does not mention it. However, the crystalline structures might also be tricky to analyze by mass spectrometry. You will have to make them more open, or it might be tricky to detect it. But yeah, I would say we have to try as a community.
Okay, there's a comment by Jan, who supposes that we can collect these cases. Jan, what do you have in mind?
Well, I mean, this is the ideal platform for collecting such cases and subjecting them to mass spectrometry in situ after microdissection. I think I've got 2 cases I can think of right now.
Also, the tubulopathies we could use along to maybe increase the number, because I guess the same mechanisms will be present there. And there is a lot of stuff that the mass spec people can do, and the technical people can do, just to tune and to optimize the pre-analytics to get some maybe tricky stuff shown as well.
Yes, and this would apply to other of these very rare diseases. And now Vincenzo suggests to include crystal histiocytosis in that as well. So, well, that sounds all like a very good plan, and I guess this platform could be the start of new collaborations.
Just one last question. I recently had a conversation with a gentleman from clinical chemistry who found a hidden paraprotein by mass spectrometry. And he was leading an effort with a multi-institutional European group to harmonize the diagnostics with mass spectrometry. And I asked him the question that I asked a couple of people already before. If we have the sequencing results, if we have detailed mass spectrometry results from serum samples, and now we could have mass spectrometry results from our paraffin tissue, couldn't we just link all these pieces together to arrive at a situation where we can infer from mass spectrometry what the sequencing might show and what we would find mass spectrometry wise? So it's a more targeted approach than just our kappa and lambda, which I admit in a lot of cases would work, but would be much more elegant. And I agreed with this gentleman that he would discuss this approach with his group, and we should discuss this approach with our group, and then maybe at some point join forces on this platform.
Yeah, maybe the one remark is that the peptide sequences is truly challenging on the biopsy. So I think really going to the sequencing of the proteins from tissue, that is not so easy. And I think the people in France have done some cases that it worked, but it's really on the verge what is technically possible now. But that would be great to include, of course. But just to temper maybe expectations, it will not be easy to do that.
Poitiers is really helpful.
Yeah, exactly.
Good to know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thanks again, Amélie. I think in the interest of time, we should go on and maybe have a short pause, I mean.
Yeah, something like 5 minutes and then continue with part two. I mean, I'm really grateful for these discussions and all the wonderful presentations. This has been a really exciting afternoon. And Amelie, thank you very much. And also all the other speakers.
You're welcome.
And discussants.
Okay, 5
So
minutes
5 minutes mini break. It should be enough for your espresso and the other things you want to do. And see you in 5 minutes.
Okay.
Becker Pathologie. Ja. Ja. Ja, 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 das wäre super. Ja.
Espresso time is finished, Jan.
Good. Yeah.
Don't tell to any Italian to take an espresso just in 5 minutes.
Yes, absolutely. Or it's almost
Impossible.
time anyway, isn't it?
I think that is the thing that takes more time as compared to the other countries.
Yeah.
It comes from 15 to 20 minutes, one espresso in general.
I'd love to see you for an espresso and an aperitivo at some point, Vincenzo.
Let's organize it. I mean, we are talking about collaboration, but then everyone is in his own country. Let's meet sometime.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, there's nothing speaking against having the next meeting in Milan.
That sounds great. Let's organize it.
Good.
So welcome everyone back after this wonderful first session with our invitees, and after this deep dive into the topics, the different topics, we are now giving room to new research frontiers through some abstracts and pitches that I am glad to introduce you with my friend Nico from Vienna. I would start to leave the stage to our presenters. And the first one, actually, I have some conflicts of interest here because it's the group from the University of Milano Bicocca with which I collaborate daily, which is led by Professor Andrew Smith, which I already see here. I don't know, Andrew, if you are presenting. This is the work that is led by Andrew. I collaborate, and as a young researcher is Dr. Greta Bindi. The title of the abstract is a one-slide approach for renal amyloid detection and typing, which is ambitious, but the stage is yours to convince us that it's possible.
Okay, thank you very much, Vincenzo. So right now I am sharing my screen, so hopefully there are no technical hiccups and you're able to see. So first of all, thank you for the introduction. You are right, it is a challenge and it is ambitious, but it's something that we're working towards. And today I briefly just wanted to show you the technological platform that we're trying to develop and how we've moved forward with this research so far. So there could be some slides I go forward through relatively quickly, just in the interest of time, such as some of the starting slides as well. So we all know in terms of detecting and typing renal amyloidosis, the renal biopsy remains a fundamental aspect, along with Congo red staining under polarized light microscopy, followed by immunohistochemistry and immunofluorescence. And we wouldn't be here if this was a perfect approach. And some of the limitations of using this type of techniques is effectively multimodal imaging correlation. So trying to match the output from the polarized light microscopy with the immunohistochemistry on a whole slide level. Then again, at the same time, antibody specificity can represent a certain double-edged sword. And linked to this as well, if we need to use a variety of different antibodies, maybe those which target various different clones, especially in the context of immunoglobulins. In the case of a renal biopsy, we have very little tissue available, meaning that we have to be cautious of using techniques which consume all of this crucial clinical material. So of course, we know we're all relatively familiar with a Congo red stained renal biopsy with some amyloid deposits expertly annotated by a pathologist. But if we consider this from a spatial proteomic level, within these deposits, of course, are a variety of different proteins, some of them related to this universal amyloid signature or the fingerprint proteins, as well as the precursor proteins themselves. And we can map for these proteins using a technology, multi-mass spectrometry imaging, which is effectively an approach of spatial proteomics. And focusing very, very closely on these amyloid-associated fingerprints, so our serum amyloid P component, various apolipoproteins, vitronectin, and so forth. What we do know from the literature and from our own experience as well is that when we have the collection of these fingerprint proteins which are present, can provide us with a molecular guide to where these amyloid deposits are present. So this is something that our group has developed over various years, effectively refining the tryptic fragments related to these proteins in order to render them more indicative of amyloid deposits. But again, the scope of trying to develop a molecular guide to indicate where these deposits are is that we need to have a completely objective bioinformatical approach to indicate that these regions here are the amyloid deposits, not a simple subjective eye test or even some segmentation algorithms which still require a certain level of observer knowledge. Which is then why we've effectively tried to take some of this raw mass spectrometry imaging data in IMZML format, which is the open source file format, and then apply a number of mathematical algorithms which very briefly effectively consider the intensity of a fragment, whether or not a certain pixel contains at least two of the three let's say gold standard fingerprint proteins that we've come together, and then generate regions of interest which are indicative of where these amyloid deposits are. But up until right now, again, we've been relatively creative a little bit with the name of this and called this CAT for co-localization and thresholding of amyloid fingerprint proteins. So what is the output of this CAT algorithm? Well, effectively, they are annotations or regions of interest which are then projected on top of the Congo red stained images. So again, it's effectively a molecular guide to obtaining these annotations. So of course, these regions here in this crescental region of the glomerulus should indicate a region where an amyloid deposit is present. But then again, at the same time, we are working in an era of multimodal imaging. So on the same tissue section, it could also be possible to utilize computational algorithms based upon Congo red fluorescence, which also overcome some of the previous limitations. And again, this work here was generated by Dr. Cazzaniga and a group of Dr. Vincenzo Imperio back in 2023, which was entitled SPADA, which effectively uses Congo red fluorescence, subtracted the autofluorescence of the tissue from these two images to pinpoint where these amyloid deposits are. And in one of the previous works that we've developed as well, we've highlighted that both of these processes, MALDI imaging guide and a SPADA guide, can both be performed on the exact same tissue section. And of course, this means that we can then unite these two different approaches in one single data set in order to generate a union regions of where these amyloid deposits are, which can make sense to increase the amount of amyloid coverage that we're seeing, because a histological based approach will maybe visualize better formed deposits compared to a molecular guide, where the molecular guide is indicating smaller depositions in the earlier phase. So this now effectively represents this workflow that we've generated within our working group, which uses both molecular annotations and Congo red fluorescence-based annotations to perform amyloid detection. And we've highlighted this can be used on various renal biopsies, both have been fixed with formalin as well as Guin fixative as well. But then what about the typing aspect of this workflow as well at the same time? So again, here we are still using this approach of an antibody-based approach, but considering that MALDI images is multiplex, and with the aid of photocleavable mass tags that can be bound to a variety of different antibodies, it's possible to map for 20, 30, 40 antibodies all in one single imaging run, removing away this cycling process or excessive usage of tissue. So just as a brief concept as well, this is how we've been using this MALDI high-plex immunohistochemistry approach so far. So here in a representative case of AL kappa, we have the amyloid region annotated in blue, and here we highlight the distribution of the antibodies for SAA, light chain lambda, and kappa. And again, we can see in the instance of the kappa case, this antibody is localized very nicely within the amyloid deposit, whereas the lambda antibody is trapped without the amyloid deposit, so within the general inflammatory tissue background. Again, highlighting why it's not just simply sufficient to take the antibody, but have this multimodal correlation between the amyloid deposits and the presence of an antibody and or a protein. And again, this is highlighted in the case of AL lambda amyloidosis and a case of AA amyloidosis as well at the same time. And quite frequently as well, we do see a certain level of entrapment of the various immunoglobulins in the cases of AA, but there's a marked increase in the antibody for SAA in this instance. Then in terms of assigning a possible precursor protein to the amyloid deposit, again, here we're using spatially correlated Pearson correlation coefficient to indicate that within specific regions of those amyloid deposits, here we have the kappa antibody that's the most intense, here we have the lambda antibody that's the most intense, and the A antibody, and vice versa. But just very briefly, just to highlight that, of course, this is a work in progress. It's not perfect. There are some cases where we may see a less than statistically significant difference between two of the immunoglobulins. And then when we start to look at these a little bit closer, this is because we see there is a certain degree of aspecificity for these antibodies within the rest of the tissue background. And again, this may then come back to the specific type of antibody that's been used. So up until now, we've been using commercially available polyclonal antibodies, which meet certain chemical requirements in order for this conjugation to take place. However, we know there are some more specific monoclonal antibodies that, of course, are more relevant for the immunoglobulins that can be used, that maybe don't meet these technical requirements, but would be more specific in this instance. So we've actually tried to obtain certain of these monoclonal antibodies from AmiMed, and we've tried to perform a variety of different processes to remove the BSA, for example, in order to clear them from some of these chemical interference. And just very briefly, we can already see that on the left, we have the polyclonal lambda antibody, and on the right, the monoclonal lambda antibody, both applied to two technical replicates of the same renal biopsy. And as we can see already, using the monoclonal antibody, there's much greater specificity for the amyloid deposits with respect to the polyclonal format. So again, here, using the right antibody works great, and we can render them compatible with this multi-high-plex immunohistochemistry approach. And again, just as a final example, we've started to apply this to a larger case series. This is just one simple example where we've used all of this AmiMed, this restricted AmiMed panel on a case of AA amyloidosis. And again, we can see really nice specificity for the SAA protein within the amyloid deposits, which have been highlighted both by the molecular guide and by the Congo red fluorescence computational algorithm as well at the same time. So just as a very brief take-home message, this work is feasible. It's something that we're trying to develop, and now we're currently trying to iron out some of these technical aspects, as well as perform the conjugation of rarer amyloid precursors and assessing them as well at the same time, as well as trying to develop a more user-friendly output that can also be visualized and integrated with all of the other clinical data and histological data that the nephropathologists might need within this context. And again, my apologies for going over by 1 or 2 minutes. So these are all the people that I would like to thank for this work, and of course you for your attention.
Many thanks, Andrew. Are we going to take questions, Jan?
Yeah, absolutely. I think,
right.
Well, if I may ask the first question, Andrew, can I send you slides from amyloid typing? Usually we have to send tissue blocks to Kiel for immunohistochemical typing, and then we get the reference results for Germany, which the reference centers treating these patients require. However, I always have a spare section that I could send to you. If you send me the special slides, I'd be more than happy.
Yeah, this we would be more than happy for. So right now we're trying to maybe increase the case series of let's say known and well characterized amyloid types, and then at the same time trying to let's say extend our experiences to some of the rarer subtypes as well at the same time. Of course, the more cases we have, The more limitations of the technique we know how to recognize this as well. So this would be greatly appreciated if you have samples available as well at the same time.
Start collecting for you then.
That would be great, Jan. That would be great.
Amelie has a question.
Yes, I was wondering, what do you really need as a sample? Because we can also maybe send some slides and maybe some of the ones we're doing mass spec on, so you have those data available as well.
Yes, so if this was something that we're starting to do internally as well, so each of the tissue sections that we have with imaging, the idea is then to have also with LND the same form of typing approach, so we can demonstrate that there's agreement between these two. Let's say the gold standard MS approach and this spatial approach as well at the same time. So if you already have some cases where you already have this feedback as well, and then for us to perform the typing spatially as well, then this would be a very nice way to move forward. Are the cases that you have, are they primarily SAA lambda kappa, or do you have some, let's say, more rarer subtypes within there as well, just to understand in terms of antibody availability on our end?
As for our cases, mainly now kappa lambda SAA.
Okay, that'd be great for us.
That was the problem that we encountered in our experience, because we had just some few rare cases of APOA1 or genetically rare cases, but for example, no LEG2. So we lack stress tests for this approach, because we know that works greatly for the 3 most frequent forms. Of course, welcome to receive SAA and kappa, which are the rarest one as compared to lambda. But another addition, the concept works perfectly on alternative fixative. So we made also pilot studies on BUN or other fixatives, and the thing works. So of course, it's not the best approach. We prefer FFPE, but in case you have your archives with some strange fixatives, it can be used anyway.
Other questions? Then we will go on to the second presentation. Thank you very much, Andrew. As far as I understood, Amelie is going to present now, not Anneke.
No, because she's on pregnancy leave. She wanted to do the presentation, but it was a bit late notice. Something went wrong with the notification, I think. So, but no worries about that. So I can show some of the data, just maybe to be sure that I have the right screen sharing again. Let me see.
So Amelie is going to talk about the special proteomics applied to PLA2R negative membranous nephropathy cases. Thank you very much, Amelie.
Okay, you see the right screen now?
Yes.
Okay, good. Well, spatial proteomics is maybe a bit of a stretch. We did not do the multi-imaging. The spatial more refers to the fact that we cut out the glomeruli. So this is Annelore, and this is her baby. So just showing, yeah. Background, so we all know, of course, the seminal discovery of PLA2R as a target antigen in most of the membranous nephropathy cases some years ago already now, and consequent identification of antigens, of other antigens associated with forms of membranous nephropathy using LC-MS, consequently with Mayo Clinic as a forerunner, publishing a lot of these different antigens. And this is a table of which gives an overview of the current antigens associated to membranous nephropathy. And the good thing, or the interesting thing on all these antigens, is that they are associated with more or less specific clinical findings. So knowing the antigen might help you relate the membranous nephropathy to a sort of specific cause and make some of these membranous nephropathies less primary than previously thought. So that is where the interest lies. In reality, at least our lab, and I think a lot of other labs have not all the, cannot type all the antigens. All of us have PLA2R staining available, as you see here, nicely positive in this case, which also had serology for PLA2R, positive. But in the case when this is negative, our PLA2R staining and the serology is negative, you get a doctor on the phone who asks you, hey, can you not do more? Can you not type the other antigens? And yeah, this is tricky, of course, because you then have to validate immunohistochemistry for very rare diseases. Positive control is so hard to come by. And also, like serology, they cannot do serology easy either. So I think the TSDH7A is still one that serology can be performed, but all the other rare antigens, no blood test. So then we just did some pilot on using our spatial proteomics pipeline that we use for the amyloidosis project, and to try to do that for the membranous nephropathy. And this is not new; it's basically the same techniques that others have used. We do use a rather advanced mass spectrometer, allowing us to measure a lot of peptides, but the rest of the protocol is rather straightforward. And starts with a laser microdissection. This is for amyloid. For the membranous, we would just cut out the glomeruli, as you see here. And then we control the tissue afterwards. And this is the proof of concept for the amyloidosis. This is a cardiac case in which a heart biopsy was examined and showed very sky-high TTR positive. So, okay. Knowing this, so the methods that we applied to analyzing membranous nephropathy by our mass spectrometry pipeline. Some specific aspects of the methods are shown here. We do always run duplicates. We use a timsTOF as well as astral mass spectrometry. So the somewhat older series has been done by timsTOF. Now we're moving to astral. We generate data by dia and n. So the people who know about mass spec will recognize this. We generate a CSV file with a list of peptides, and we make this S-curve and pie chart for easy interpretation. And for membranous nephropathy, what we specifically show in this pie chart are the relative occurrence of the antigens that are known towards each other. So the S-curve just shows the abundance and then highlights some of the antigens we found, and the pie chart shows it relative to each other. So for the membranous, we filtered for the known antigens. And then we just applied this to a few cases, and we're thinking on how to do further research on that. This was to start with a clear PLA2R positive case, so with immunohistochemistry positive, with serology conclusive. What the curve shows, so we have more than 2,000 proteins identified in the sample. So for cutting out glomeruli, this is kind of a lot, so it's nice. And we could confirm PLA2R in the immune complexes. You see that PLA2R was the only that we detected. However, it's not as high on the curve as, for instance, that we see in a case of amyloidosis, where you really have a lot of peptides. Also the case of the IgG3 kappa I showed you before, so it's sky-high abundant. So here it's not so abundant, but this was the only one detected in this case. So we still call this PLA2R positive. This was a case with an unknown antigen. It was a male patient in his 50s, PLA2R was negative, and here the only antigen that occurred in the glomeruli related to membranous was a THSD7A. So this pipeline calls this a THSLUP-associated membranous glomerulopathy. And here we could confirm it by serology later. So the case was sent and serology was performed. So this is nice proof of concept, we think. This was a young woman, an unknown antigen, PLA2R negative. And what you see here is that the X1 and the X2 came up. We did see some THSD7A and PLA2R, however, very, very, very slightly, really at the lower end of the S-curve. And we think this can be explained because those are endogenous antigens in podocytes. So you might expect very low amounts of these ones as well. Yeah, so we did duplicates. What we saw is that the X1 versus X2, that changed a bit in amount, but we think this is some related to the calling of the software. These peptides really look alike, so we think that is maybe the issue. This is the second biopsy, and this shows this, that first we had a bit more of X2, X1, I have to say, than in the second duplicate. But yeah, this is according to our pipeline an X1, X2 associated membranous, which could make sense. It's a young woman. So this is just a few examples. So the take home is that our pipeline seems to be applicable to the membranous nephropathy target information gathering. There is high reproducibility across replicates and biopsies seen, and this is confirmatory to literature. We do not show anything very, very new. However, doing this, we came across some knowledge gaps, and I think those are important ones. If we want to have this technique available for routine diagnostics, we should think, how should this pipeline be implemented in clinical practice? So how to make it sustainable. So the mass spec machine is really, really expensive. You cannot make a business case to have this in your clinical settings. However, if you want to apply for reimbursement, you do need some clinical validation, and you do need to have it run in a clinical environment. So this is a problem we are facing, and we need it in like a routine diagnostics to make it sustainable. Then we are also a bit unsure for which patients does it really change management. So it's nice to know, of course, these antigens, but does it really change the management? And then serology is not present either. Is LC-MS better than serology? This is also a no. What we, of course, could think of is using these mass spectrometry pipelines to better validate our immunohistochemistry as well. Because if you see not so many cases, it's virtually impossible to validate any immunohistochemistry. And you might think of the LC-MS as well as in the background, just to be able to validate your immunohistochemistry. So that are thoughts that we had on this topic. And I'm happy to take questions.
Thanks, Amelie. Thanks. Wonderful. And actually, I know that Jan has a question because he's with his hand raised. So I will continue after Jan, please.
Yeah, it's more of a comment. I think we really need to get back together. We have results from Italy now for a first cohort, Cologne and Italy, and we need to align our efforts and to pursue our goal of establishing such diagnostics in some lighthouse centers across.
Yeah, definitely.
Send out a doodle poll shortly so we can get going again and coordinate. I think this is a wonderful technology, and to my mind, this is the future rather than waiting for our supply chains for antibodies to break down further.
And also, I don't know what's your experience, your Amelie and all of the others. Was your experience with the other antibodies, which are not THS, DA, and PLA2R, but mine is that they actually, even on known positive cases by mass spectrometry, they seem not to work. So I don't know whether it's something related to the pre-analytical, to the automatic machine that we use, whether it is done by manually or not in the papers, but actually my own experience is that with alternative clones on known positive cases, they do not work. So
I have no experience actually, because we wanted to establish it at some point, but I never knew which material I could use as a control, so where to start from. You have there all these PLA2R negative cases, and the nephrologist asks you, hey, can you do immunohistochemistry, and how to set it up? I was clueless really. I was asking around a bit for cases but of course people do not share it because it's limited material and they need it themselves. So that was an issue, yeah. And then when we had this mass spec project on the amyloid, we just gave it a try, and it works well. I think it's the same technique, and yeah.
But I agree, this is the opportunity to put together the efforts and go in the same direction, complementing our findings. And our findings, meaning the findings from the group of Milan, to which Cologne and Brescia contributed, will be shown in a few minutes. So I don't want to spoil anything.
Well, I'm curious about that because that's true. One of the points of the conclusions by Amelie was is it clinically relevant? And as long as we do not have the number of cases, we won't know that.
But I asked that question to myself many times, why I'm going to do this thing if it is not clinically relevant in the NEL1 cases or exhaustos 2 cases. What I can say for sure is that it can be relevant in those cases in which the pattern seems to be membranous, the electron microscopy seems to be membranous, but not so classic, and you don't know whether this could be, I don't know, one specific entity. I'm thinking about, for example, a case that we had of membranous-like IgG-K masked deposits. Because that case of a young woman has been mislabeled for years as a membranous nephropathy, made therapy. Now, I'm not saying that now we have a pathway to follow, but actually the group of Andrew detected serum amyloid P, and all the histological aspects were compatible with that entity. At the end of the story, we made a correct diagnosis in that case that was wrongly mislabeled as, I don't know, membranous nephropathy PLA2R negative. In those cases, even if they are niche, it could be useful to well characterize. And of course, in case, and then I leave the word to Amelie, in cases in which we know that for sure there is an association with specific diseases that have not been already detected, syphilis or, I don't know, cancer, in those cases, of course, is useful. So there is clinical utility. We are talking about for sure of rare cases, and then there is a problem of sustainability.
Yeah, I think the best way to tackle it is to do prospective long study, and really enrolling as a clinical study, enrolling these patients and following them up, and see if this typing can help, and also maybe do some cost effectiveness studies on that. But it's a big project.
I think that from my side, I started doing this thing with Andrew and the group, and then I stopped stealing time to the meeting because I already see that Jan is looking at me like, let's go ahead.
No. I'm just saying this is a big project. You're absolutely right, Amelie. However, this is a very capable platform. And I don't know if globally there's that many platforms where you can pull off such a project and say, okay, we've got a registry that's been up and running for 10 years plus now. Give me funding. I think that's a very credible case.
Nothing to
Just
add.
mentioning. Okay.
So I think that we can have some time for discussion after, because I think that we will retouch these points in our subsequent presentations. And I am happy to introduce the third abstract and the third presentation from Mohamed Daouk from Houston, multi-institutional glomerular dataset and uncertainty-aware benchmark for proliferative lupus nephritis classification. And I would like to invite Mohamed on the stage.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to present our work. Is my screen shown? Sorry.
Yes.
So I want to present this work in collaboration with Dr. Jan Becker and Dr. Campham from Stanford and Dr. Chang from Chicago, and with my co-advisors, Dr. Nguyen and Dr. Mohan from Houston. So I will be discussing two related studies, and I'm going to start with the first, which presents a multi-institutional glomerular dataset and uncertainty-aware benchmark for classifying proliferative lupus nephritis. And so lupus nephritis computational pathology is a promising area, but it faces several important challenges. Many existing data sets are relatively small and may come from a single institution and often include variation in staining, image quality, and scanning resolution. Another major concern is data leakage, especially when related to glomeruli from the same biopsy appear in both training and testing in general. In this work, so our aim is to build a reusable and more rigorous benchmark for classifying glomeruli as proliferative or non-proliferative lupus nephritis. We include about 365 whole slide images. We got from them 9,674 curated glomeruli and data from 3 academic centers, the University Hospital of Cologne, Stanford University, and University of Chicago. So let's discuss the data set design. So it's, as we mentioned, it's included from the University Hospital of Cologne, Stanford University, and University of Chicago. We got all these 9,674 curated glomeruli from 365 whole slide images, and it's include 4 commonly used stains: PAS, H&E, Silver Jones, and Mason Trichome, and they are almost like equally present, not very equally, but almost. So this was important as each glomeruli was extracted at 4 different image resolutions. The smallest was 2 to 4, then up to largest 1024 by 1024 pixels. This was important because renal pathology images vary across institutions, stain protocols, scanners, and magnification levels. So moving forward into our the pipeline from curated data. So the process began with whole slide image acquisition. So region of interest were annotated in QPath by Dr. Becker, and glomeruli were extracted from the slides, uploaded to label box, and then in label box, Dr. Becker was able to annotate them as non-proliferative, proliferative, or indeterminate. Non-proliferative include lupus nephritis class 1 and 2 and 5 membranous. Meanwhile, proliferative were class 3 and 4 and mixed class 3 plus membranous 5 and class 4 plus membranous. And then this indeterminate cases was excluded to reduce label ambiguity, and the final data was packaged into an HDF5 format with associated metadata. So currently we are in the process of publishing those data sets, and hopefully they will be available to the public soon. And so the key point was that is yes. So moving forward, so like we had a modeling strategy and we want to create a benchmark on those data set. So we used a biopsy level split to prevent meaning that the glomeruli from the same biopsy were not allowed to appear across different folds. This is very important because if glomeruli from the same biopsy appear in both training and testing, model performance can be artificially inflated. And so as we mentioned, we did this plot. We have five-fold cross-validation in our training, and we also evaluated different convolutional neural networks and one vision transformer. And we did the grid research across multiple architectures, loss functions, class weights, augmentations, and different hyperparameters. And then also we did a resolution sweep across all the different resolutions. And in addition to our architectures, we included a Bayesian head architecture on top of Bayesian head model on top of architecture to turn these models into stochastic to capture the stochastic performance of these models instead of just deterministic. And this is we use Monte Carlo dropout at inference time during at the testing phase. So it doesn't only allow get only prediction, it allows us to get an estimate of uncertainty for each image when the model comes to classification. So the results show strong performance, particularly at higher resolutions, the 1024 and the 512 compared to the lower resolution. The best model reached a mean accuracy of about 0.90 and a mean IOC about 0.95. And in general, as we mentioned, the 512 and 1024 pixel outperformed low resolution. If to go deeper into what model, we had the ResNet X101 and DenseNet 201 at those resolution reached the highest accuracy. However, compared to these models, we had DenseNet 169 to have a proliferative accuracy of 0.85 compared to the other, to be precisely, we got a proliferative accuracy of 85 compared to the overall accuracy of 0.90. The importance here is that we have now a reusable leakage resistance benchmark for lupus nephritis classification based on glomerular images, and it shows also an uncertainty-aware inference. So we'll get the image, we'll get how uncertain this model in its classification of this image. And so I want to conclude that this work is supported by the by setting grant, and this is our conflict of interest. And thank you so much for this opportunity, and I'm looking for any questions.
Many thanks, Mohammed. Any question in the audience? So you were able to classify the lupus nephritis according to the ISN-RPS classification. Did you give a try to catch the activity and chronicity indices?
That's actually our current project. One of our current projects is to capture them. We have current data set also annotated by Dr. Becker and also by Dr. Chang, and that we will work on it. It's a smaller data set, but it's a start. That's to capture the 8 different features to get a measurement for the activity index and chronicity index.
Did you find any mislabeling in terms of class based on the chronicity? I mean, if there is one glomerulus with a sclerosis that can be ascribed to a previous activity lesion, it could be a 3rd class chronic following the old classification. And in that case, it would be a 3rd class, but by your model would be a class 2 or 5, or I mean, non-proliferative. So I think that just basing on the activity and the proliferation, you can eventually mislabel some cases. Just wondering whether you spot some of these cases.
So we don't have currently. So based on this data set doesn't have chronicity or activity index as labels, and in the current data set that's curated for activity index and chronicity index data set. So we're currently improving the models to get a better result. Currently, it does. So previous results on this data set doesn't show a good performance similar to what we have. But I think what we're trying is, so I'm not sure if it's gonna work, but like now we're trying to go into like a finer classification of pixels, like go deeper and see whether this can help. For example, like make accurate description for if in case of, for example, like sorry, you mentioned the
sclerosis.
Yes. To see whether this sclerotic features is being like better classified or not in this case, but like currently we're trying to improve the performance. Currently it doesn't do well on these features yet.
Okay, curious to see the follow-up. So
yes, sorry.
I have a follow-up question. So your approach was targeted, so to say. Did you encounter lesions, features that are currently not in the classifications that might be relevant for prognosis?
Right. So actually, this is one also of the current projects that we are working on. So like it's what we're trying to do. So like currently these are like supervised approach. We have Dr. Becker annotated them. But what I'm currently what we're trying to similarly also on the glomerular data set, we're trying to take small patches out of each glomerular image and try to to use unsupervised clustering. So it's still like a hypothetical approach, but what we're hoping for is like uh, the unsupervised cluster might take those small patches of a glomeruli into different clusters. And we'll try also to match them with the current features that give us the chronicity and activity index. But at the same time, we're trying to see whether it also can predict like hidden features that we're not aware of. But this is currently also an work project.
If I may make a quick comment, this was like when I started with this type of project, I was very enthusiastic. Well, the machine might find something and point me to something I haven't recognized before. I'm less optimistic about this now based on several data sets. Maybe this machine is just much better than I am, at least. Maybe not as much better than others, but there's really like strange features happening, correct classification, and I couldn't point to anything in an arteriole, for example, that would remotely look like TMA.
Well, if there are no further questions for this presentation, we should proceed to the next presentation with the same presenter. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I will move now to the second part of the presentation, and which builds on the same general problem but asks a more specific question. Can a model appear robust when we look only at aggregate metrics while still depending on stain composition for clinical important subgroups? So in this second study, we focus on stain-dependent effects in proliferative lupus nephritis classification. So the motivation is that aggregate metrics such as accuracy or IUC may suggest that a model is stable. However, those metrics may hide clinical meaningful subgroup behavior. In lupus nephritis, the proliferative subgroup is especially important because it has major implication for diagnosis and treatment. So the central question here was whether the model performance in that subgroup changes depending on stain composition. And we're trying this issue here in machine learning and neural network is like a shortcut learning. You have this data set, and for example, if there's a center or stain that has more of like let's say like proliferative case, then the machine will, whenever it sees this stain, it directly say that this is a proliferative or this is a non-proliferative. So it just like label it by the stain instead of the pathological features. And that's like the first thing that we try to an aim of our study. So we're using similar same data set of glomerular images that with the help of Dr. Becker were curated. And it's as we mentioned, it's multi-stain, and fortunately it has all the 4 stains that we will work on. So we did a test on all the stain as present when we split the data and do this the test on those on this data set as with the whole stain present. But furthermore, what we did is we went into like further development of the set. So we expanded the project into additional 2 experiments. So the first experiment, we divided the training data set into new versions where we left 1 stain out. For example, if we have we leave that, for example, if we exclude the PAS and keep H&E, Mason, and Silver Jones, or we train it on just a single stain. And in our project, so this was what we did is we have these glomerular images, we put them into a model, but this model doesn't have one head that classify. So in previous project, what we had is a lesion head that would tell us whether it's a proliferative or non-proliferative. And this model, it gives us two answers. It answers two problems or two classification. First classification, given an image, it will tell us whether it's a proliferative or non-proliferative. But also the second classification, it will try to predict whether the stain is what type of stain it is, whether it's H&E, trichome, Silver Jones, or PS. The experiment one, we excluded the lesion head, and we wanted to gauge how the stain head, how the model can predict stain, and it really did well, almost like perfect. And that's indicate that like models can easily distinguish stains. Now, experiment two, we brought this lesion head and stain head, and we used a common approach of learning, common model, and we have like a sweep that tune the stain head, whether like we want the model to focus on predicting stain or like focus more on the head. So we try to tune, and this way we collected data and to see whether there's a shortcut learning or how the model react with stain head with different stain variability. So what we come up with is that given the multi-data set, there was no shortcut learning. As we can see, the aggregate matrix and the first project, and also in these different versions of leaving one stain out or just training on one stain, we had those major metrics, accuracy, IOC, precision, and recall and F1 remain broadly stable, no matter how much the model was, we forced the model to predict stains or to tune the model to be like weak in predicting stains. So like we can tune the model whether like it's good in predicting or really bad at it. Nevertheless, these metrics for lesion classification, proliferative, non-proliferative, were stable. And this was like a paper that we had recently, and it was conclusion that based on a multi-stain metric, multi-stain data set, there was no shortcut learning. When in this case mean like the model will not have an issue. It will, given all stains are present, the model will not use stain features. It will only use pathological features in predicting whether this image is whether this glomeruli is proliferative or non-proliferative. But then what we did is we went deeper and we looked into a new specific proliferative metric, and interestingly we found that that proliferative accuracy and proliferative performance has some correlation with stain, and this was interesting, and we based on this result, and so what we found that different stains perform better than other stains, and there are proliferative features that are correlated with stain features and predicting proliferative cases. Currently, like recent results, what's shown is that Jones followed by trichome outperformed in proliferative lesion compared to H&E and PS. They shown like strong performance in predicting proliferative accuracy, proliferative features, and especially Jones. But that's current result. But they were like really better shown when we were compared with proliferative accuracy as a measurement compared to just an overall metric. And this is our disclosure and conflict of interests. And thank you so much for this opportunity. And any questions.
Thank you. I don't know if there are some questions from the audience. First of all, congratulations for the hard work. There is Nico, you raise the hand to upload or
Yes.
to make a question?
To make a question. So in your conclusions, you were talking about the superiority of the Jones stains compared to H&E and PAS. I'm not using the Jones stain here, but as far as I know, the Jones stain is a methenamine plus PAS, right?
No,
So-
it's a methylamine stain plus H&E, I would call
Plus
it.
H&E, all
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, depends
So
on the lab.
having the silver information adds up to the H&E information.
I would call it the other way around. So I feel most comfortable on the Jones stain calling proliferative lesions for a variety of lesions
Mhm.
to then subsume under there. Yeah, so I guess it's got a little bit to do with me being the most comfortable on labeling the Jones stainings.
Mm-hmm. I do not use the Jones here in Vienna, but whenever I see a Jones from another lab, I'm really amazed because it looks quite nice.
Yeah.
But would you test this on me? Probably I would be best performing with the PAS. So it's probably also related to who is evaluating the ground truth, so to say, right?
Yeah, it would be interesting also to check whether the results change based on the observer. I mean, depending on who's labeling and who's making the ground truth in that case. My curiosity, yeah, Jan,
We
please.
can always have more labelers if you
Yes.
feel like. So it's really an easy platform.
That is a challenge.
It's already the
Yeah,
second
yeah,
time
yeah.
that we see that Jan Becker annotated all the glomeruli of this study. Mine is not a question, it's a curiosity. Did you try to some virtual staining approaches while you were doing this? This is one of my passion, meaning unstained slide, scanned, and then restained with the different stains to check whether your results would change. Because I mean, this is something that is based on really stained slides. I'm wondering whether this could change whether the slides is stained virtually.
Oh, so actually, this is like hopefully like another project in our labs that so this is so we're trying to virtually stain, especially like some like create virtual stains, and this will follow as uh, as uh, as a metric to see whether they actually like change. So like we're currently like trying to, for example, create H&E from PAS, Tricom from PAS, and vice versa, and the same thing for Jones. And we're gonna have like a metric and see like a different performance. But also, I think there is like another like way is like trying to see like improving segmentation in general. For example, in glomerular images, if we can try to see whether like try to get more features in our models. For example, like we have a model that can tell us like how's the mesangium, is it like a overloaded with mesangium cells or not, or whether like the Bowman capsule, how like is it how much the shrinkage, like all this computation, it can be whether it can be stain agnostic in this case, and whether it can perform better compared to just stains without this feature. So that's like, and we're trying to also work on it.
Vincenzo, if you're interested in that topic, do connect with Yen, who's also presenting shortly.
Okay.
Yeah, he's got some great ideas as usual.
Because internally we tried, actually we started from unstained slide. So not trans-staining from one to another stain, but starting from unstained slide, and we had some preliminary work actually for application in proteomics, because in that case you can scan the slides unstained, analyze without interferences, and then stain it virtually and provide annotation while Andrew is doing the analysis. So it was actually starting from a need from research. I am more interested in the clinical practice, because imagine one slide that is not stained, and on the same slide you can see with 4 different stains the same lesion, because the lesions we know that can disappear in 5 micron distance. So I was more interested in the clinical application. And actually what we found is that you have to try with different scanners and with different conditions, deparaffinized, rehydrated. All the different steps have different optical conditions that makes the scanning different. So it's really fascinating as a field. Are there other questions for Mohamed and this beautiful work? Otherwise, we can decide whether, Jan, we want to take a break or we want to move to the pitches. And I think that we can move to the pitches if you agree.
I would argue for that, yeah.
So we started with the project pitches. So actually we continue to share ideas and to provide new opportunities for partnership within the ERKNet network. I would invite now again, actually, representatives from the BICOCA group, and Andrew will talk now on the other topic, continuing what Amélie was introducing. This is our approach on membranous nephropathy antigen detection through laser capture microdissection. So not much on MALDI this time, but we tried another approach because we think that in this case probably could be more useful, and Andrew will give you all the details.
Okay, thank you very much, Vincenzo. So yes, I am back again, and I would say that both Vincenzo and all the speakers and Amélie as well has already given a very nice introduction to this work, which was a collaborative effort for which we received samples from, of course, San Gerardo Hospital in Monza, as well as Brescia, as well as Cologne as well at the same time. So here we're taking a laser capture microdissection approach when coupled to mass spectrometry, tandem mass spectrometry, for the label-free quantification of the various possible antigens which could be used to indicate the presence of membranous nephropathy. So we already know that, of course, primarily many of the MN cases can be, let's say, indicated by the presence of the PLA2 and the thrombospondin antibody, but then more recently from the group of Ronco, as well as in the Mayo Clinic as well, there's been a whole host of possible other antigens which have been identified by using mass spec, which can indicate the presence of membranous nephropathy. So again, you're all aware a little bit how, in Monza as well, how we're taking this from a diagnostic standpoint in terms of the workflow. So first and foremost, checking for PLA2 antibodies within the serum. If they're negative, then it goes to the antigen on the tissue biopsy. If negative, then to thrombospondin. Then if negative, okay, this is classified as a double negative patient. But of course, away from the traditional antibody-based approach, as we now know that there are a variety of other antigens that can be detected, especially when using a multiplex mass spectrometry-based approach, which is why we would like to use this in this particular instance. Again, we mentioned a little bit beforehand of clinical impact of this, of highlighting these antigens as well. But of course, the simple fact of taking an exclusion-based strategy based upon clinical presentation of the clinical factors also has its own resource burden as well at the same time. Which is why, again, the project pitch is effectively what I'll present here, but I thought the best way to present this is to highlight the preliminary results that we've obtained thus far. So in the first, let's say, passage, we've started to try and take a look at, well, what is the sensitivity of this available method? Considering that it's work which is in its infancy, we also want to try and provide guidelines of how many glomeruli are actually needed in order to perform the successful, let's say, quantification of the various antigens. So we've evaluated this based upon various levels of glomeruli which have been microdissected, as well as the total number of proteins which have been identified and quantified from there. And then again, of course, in the second phase, then try to apply this to clinical cases, which have been clinical cases obtained from Monza, Cologne, and Brescia. And right now, these have been applied to 23, let's say, tissue sections arrived from MN samples from various centers. And then moving forward from this as well at the same time, we also mentioned a little bit about the clinical applicability of the approach as well. And of course, another area in membranous nephropathy as well, which is highly variable, is the propensity of a patient to respond or not respond to the therapy, such as rituximab. And considering that in addition to all of these antigenic proteins being identified and quantified, there are also going to be thousands of other proteins which may also indicate which patients may or may not respond to this therapy and help guide them with this treatment, or whether they shouldn't take the treatment because it's highly cytotoxic and they wouldn't obtain a benefit as well at the same time. So again, I won't go into a large amount of detail in terms of the experimental designs. Of course, Amelie's already explained effectively the approach. I think the only thing that I would specify is that we tend to perform much of our protein digestion using a kit-based approach, which enables us to ensure greater reproducibility between our various samples, considering that we're managing very small amounts of tissue, meaning that this can be lost when the various sample preparation phases. And again, we also use a timsTOF-Flex platform, which is operated in the DIA-PAR7 manner. And then finally, for the elaboration of the data, of course, we use the human proteome and protein database, as well as Spectronaut, to perform our label-free quantification. So in the first step, again, what we mentioned was we wanted to try and determine with how many glomeruli could we actually work with. So here we're actually reporting the number of proteins identified in base of the number of laser microdissected glomeruli from tissue sections of approximately 4 to 5 microns in thickness. So even when we've only isolated maybe 15 glomeruli from patients, we're identifying well over 4,000 proteins, so about 4,500, 5,000 proteins. And then we start to see somewhat of a decline from 10 glomeruli onwards. So we tended to then set for the rest of the cohort 10 glomeruli being a convenient and, let's say, reasonable number to dissect quite easily from one biopsy from all of our patients. But even from such a small number of glomeruli, such as 3 glomeruli, we're able to identify over 2,500 proteins. So then we've also evaluated the abundance of PLA2 in this particular case here that was used as the control, or the technical control, if you will, to see in how low we can go in the number of glomeruli in order to identify it. So even when we only dissected 3 glomeruli, it was possible to detect PLA. In 1 glomerulus, it actually was possible to detect it, but not in all of the technical replicates. So I haven't mentioned, but to perform label-free quantitative work, you use 3 technical replicates, and we detected it in 1 of them, but not 2 of the others, which is why we've specified the minimum number of glomeruli that we could possibly work with is 3. So then from there, having this list of thousands of proteins along with their relative abundance, of course, we, let's say, scoured the literature and put together the list of the possible antigens that have been recently published within the literature, and then we compared their relative abundance among them. So in the next couple of slides, I just want to highlight some of the findings that we obtained from this particular cohort. So already there was quite a number of cases where PLA2 was the overwhelmingly most abundant of all the possible antigens which have currently been recognized, and this was in full accordance either with immunohistochemistry as well as serology as well at the same time. Then we had cases of, let's say, confirmed thrombosbondin positive upon biopsy. And again, even in this instance, it was quite overwhelmingly more abundant thrombosbondin with respect to the rest of the other possible antigens. But again, as Amelie mentioned previously, this doesn't mean that they're completely absent as well at the same time. Many of these proteins will be endogenously present, So they will be there in small amounts as well at the same time. But again, of course, these are the relatively easy cases. The true difficult cases to assess, I guess, were those which were viewed as being double negative on the case of on the base of immunohistochemistry and ELISA as well at the same time. So here these represents the same sort of pie charts for our double negative cases. And of course, you can see many of them are coming from Cologne because quite clearly Jan wishes to test us as much as possible. So now we wanted to take a look at in which of these cases it was possible to assign an antigen based upon this label-free quantitative approach. So in a number of these cases, again, we also found NEL1 being the most abundant of the target antigens, as well as a case of PCSK6, as well as a case with X1 and X2, so indicative of cases of secondary membranous nephropathy. Then we found subsets of other cases with primary membranous nephropathy, where we've identified NTNG1, SEMA3B, and PCDH7 as well being the most abundant of all of the antigens which are present as well at the same time. Then I think this is quite nice as well, considering that these two antigens, so insulin-degrading enzyme and extrasulfatase sulf1, had only just been recently reported, I think in the last year or so, has been some of the new possible antigens in membranous nephropathy. We also found two cases from Brescia, which were overwhelmingly positive for these two proteins. And right now, we're currently trying to see if there is any potential clinical reasoning, which is why these particular antigens are overexpressed in these patients. And then last but not least, we also observed in a number of cases, unfortunately, there were some which didn't have a clear antigen from the list, which was overwhelmingly more abundant. So right here, now what we're currently trying to do is trying to understand if there's any pattern between the various antigens that are already present, and it's a combination of them all, which classifies them as double negative, but at the same time then trying to scour the rest of the proteome to see if there's another possible antigen which we can identify to classify some of these cases as well. So we use it in a targeted approach as well as this untargeted protein mining viewpoint as well at the same time. And then just very, very briefly, as well as a proof of concept, because we have all of this proteomic information which is there as well at the same time, from a small subset with relatively well-defined clinical information, we're able to group together a small number of cases which didn't respond to rituximab therapy and a small number which did respond to rituximab therapy. And already by simply performing hierarchical clustering analysis based upon all of these proteins, the responders and the non-responders grouped together rather quite nicely. And then as we can see from this volcano plot as well at the same time, there were a fair number of proteins which were either down-regulated in the non-responding group or up-regulated in the non-responding group. And among some of these proteins, of course, with the name as well, we could have some sort of mechanistic insights as to why this may be happening as well. So in the group of non-responders, we found a variety of proteins, including integrins and collagen components. So all those which are related to maintaining the structural integrity of the glomerular filtration barrier. Whereas in the cases that did respond to therapy, we tend to find those which were implicated in immune response and immune cell adhesion and these sort of scenarios as well at the same time. Again, this is just a proof of concept to say that within the rest of this proteomic information, there could be further findings which may be clinically relevant and also be used to guide in a more precise manner the treatment strategy of the patients. So in this take-home message, if you will, so we're quite happy with how we've developed and optimized this LNMD MS-based method for detection and quantification of the target antigens. We've currently applied this to a small cohort or small multicentric cohort thanks to this network, thanks to the collaborations that have currently been taking place, and also highlighted that within this there might be some further biological insights into why certain patients respond to rituximab treatment and those which may not. So of course, in terms of the future, which is of course the ERKNet seems to be an excellent platform, this needs to be expanded and widened to a larger cohort of patients to render it clinically relevant and then validate these as well at the same time. So hopefully then this can better guide personalized diagnostic and therapeutic strategies in the instance of membranous nephropathy. And again, my apologies for going a couple of minutes over, but all of the acknowledgements to this work, in particular Dr. Vincenzo Limperio, Dr. Gianna Becker, and Dr. Federico Alberici from Brescia, of course, are those which are primarily important.
Thank you very much, Andrew, for your presentation. Is there any question in the audience? Jan.
It's more of a comment. I think, yeah, this is great work. I'm really happy we started this project together. And now I think it's really time to move to the next stage and see what we do next, where we go next, how we divide and conquer the terrain with what Amelie is doing, where we get new cases from, how do we get the clinical follow-up from. And I think this is something I should definitely mention next week's ERKNet meeting, where the inflammatory glomerulopathies group is going to meet. And I think we're pretty soon be in a good stage to write a grant application, like a transnational one. This is really exciting.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a good foundation of data there to highlight that it could be feasible as well at the same time. And I think, of course, it's always nice to be able to work. I know the concept as well as a pathologist or as a renal pathologist, you want the right answer. This is your fundamental question. But then again, at the same time, it's also nice considering that it's a new technology that we don't have to utilize all the material which you need, that we know that you need to start, that you need to maintain for future reference. So I think this can also be a selling aspect as well at the same time.
Absolutely. I do think that we need to establish protocols where I can just set aside from a case known as membranous before I do the additional immunostains for PLA2R and so on and so on. There's one that goes to you, there's one that goes to Amelie, and maybe one going to Cologne, so we can try to establish similar protocols, technologies here as well. And whoever else is interested in this, and then clinical data get collected, and this is the way forward. I love it. It's really good.
Thank you. Should we move on to the next pitch?
Yes.
All right. Who is going to present this one?
Which is it?
GlomChat, a large language vision model for glomerular histopathology.
That's Jens' presentation. I hope he's still on the call since we're running a lot later.
Hey, Jan.
Great.
So we're gonna, let me share the slides and we'll start the presentation. All right, let me know if you see the slides.
Perfectly fine.
Right. So hello. So I'm Hian, and I'm from University of Houston, and I'm gonna present a very brief pitch for GlomChat idea. And this is the work in collaboration with Jan, Professor Chandra Mohan from University of Houston, Mohammed, who just presented two wonderful pitches, other students like Anne and Dr. Anthony from Bari, Italy. So we had this idea long time ago, and I think it was a year and a half ago, where we wanted to develop multi-model vision language model for glomerular chats. And the vision is that you can upload the whole slide, and it will automatically process, and then upload the query to the to the chat, and it will answer specific questions about glomeruli. At the beginning, we didn't have a lot of data, and we created 5,000 glomeruli by writing a script to scrape internet and scrape the properties of glomeruli on the internet. And we did this with the help of Jan to examine the labels and make sure labels are correct on the features describing glomeruli are all correct. So we did that in the past, and we trying a model to produce these kind of description, fine-grained description of glomeruli. But at that time, it didn't work so well because I believe the model wasn't well trained due to the limited amount of data we have, and also the report is very synthetic because we have only a few features, and then we kind of synthetically generate report using language model based on these features. But now I think it's probably a good time because of several reasons. So we have a much larger data set provided by Jan, and right now we have a data set, about 30,000 sections with reports, and I think with different types of stains. And from 30,000 sections, we're going to crop glomeruli. We have models for segmentation of glomeruli, and they come with multiple types of stain, like path stain, H&E, trichomes, etc. So the model is going to be much more well-trained. And we also have a lot of public and open source models, pretty well-trained on natural images or even pathology images. But they're not specifically trained on kidney or glomerular images. So we have the technology to fine-tune them and to make them work well. So I think at the moment, my group is working on this, processing slides, extracting glomeruli, making sure that report can be matched to different types of stains, and then do the preliminary training of this at the moment. So today I'm gonna just describe this and then open for collaboration and contribution from all people here and all of your friends in your network. So we want to do this because I think recently if you seen some of the models trained by different groups across United States and Europe. For example, the group in Harvard or the group in Stanford, they train on a very big data sets. For example, the Harvard group trained a model on almost 400,000 post-slide images and reports. And it produced a general purpose chat model that you can enter your query, and you can enter any type of post-slide images, and then you're going to chat about the diagnosis, the findings in the slides, etc. Right? And this model was later, applied to FDA application, the de novo application, and recently it has been acquired by AstraZeneca for drug discovery. So this to say is that these models are very valuable, and I think they have a lot of potential for helping with discovery of biomarkers, or maybe discovery of new patterns for diagnosis, and even go beyond diagnosis, which is for prognosis and treatment response prediction, which is not very traditional, and no textbook teaching about how to predict prognosis or treatment response on many of the kidney diseases. So I think they have a lot of potential. But the question is, okay, how do we train them so that they become good enough, right? Of course, it has to, have a lot of data. That's what we're trying to do here. And with the help of Jan, we get a decent amount of data. And we still can get more, right? The more data, the better. So if you think you have more slides and you like to contribute to this project, we're happy to talk to you. And then we can, write papers together And we eventually can create a web page to put everybody's name on it as a acknowledgement of your contribution. And there's still a strong gap, a big gap for this glomeruli glom chat model. The reason is because most of models right now are trained on all kinds of data, mostly cancer data. And when we try some of the models like PathChat or SlideChat on the kidney slides, they don't seem to work very well. So that highlights the lack of training data or the lack of focus on this topic of kidney slides. So that's we think it is necessary to have a model specifically trained for kidney. In this, the first thing is called glomeruli, and then we're gonna extend that more to all the compartments or the organs of the slide in the future. So the expected behavior of the model is that after you train, you should be able to upload all kinds of stain, past stain, HNA stones, etc. And you can ask about all kinds of common, at least 80-90% of the common things you care about glomeruli, etc. in the text form, right? And then it can respond to you, and we will measure the response accuracy against the actual ground truth. We also measure using the human evaluation and whether it hallucinates or not. So in terms of the technology, we can perform the frequency fine-tuning. My group developed this method and published last year in MICAI. And essentially what we did was that we get a network that was well-trained on general pathology slides, and then we can attach some of the block in the middle of the two blocks of the vision transformer, and we only modify little parameters, very few parameters in between. And in this case, you might have heard like LoRa, DORA, etc., all the low parameters, efficient fine tuning. And usually these methods, they modify parameters in the original parameter space. But our method, we modify in the frequency space. So we modulate the parameters or the tokens vectors into the frequency, and then we modify some of the frequency there before we transform them back to original space. So doing this has the advantage that if you modify one frequency, you can modify many parameters in the original domain. So in the paper, we show that we were able to modify less than around 1% of the parameters, while achieving the superior performance on I think on various medical imaging data set, including 2D, 3D, pathology, etc. So this is the method that we planning to use in addition to other fine-tuning techniques. And we recently also developed a methods where we can search for optimal fine-tuning strategy, how to combine different types of fine-tunings in the spatial and frequency domain together without a human intervention. So usually people have to go and try and search and modify the hyperparameters, but when we do this automatically with the press button approach. And this method we call like search, execute, and allocate, which hopefully coming out in MICAI this year. So in terms of technique, that's what we planning to do, and if we able to get more glomeruli, I'm sure it's going to be much more accurate. But I think at this number of whole slide sections, that probably give us a decent amount of data for training. The second thing we want to do, in addition to writing a technical paper, is that in the future, when the condition is ready, then we can gather these data sets and publish it in a Nature scientific data journal, for example, as a data set for the community, right? So I think the people love to explore data sets and kind of make the research more reproducible. so the community can view on top of what we do. So that's also the plan. Once we process, we clean up the data, and we get all the approval done. Hopefully, we can release this to the public through Nature Scientific Data. So for this is an actual slide that was provided to us, and we have a network that we're able to take a look at these slides, pass them on H&E, etc., and then extract glomeruli, identify glomeruli, extract them, and then fit them all into a network. Now, network can take a set of variable number of glomeruli. So it can be 10 glomeruli, it can be 20 glomeruli. So the network can take any number of glomeruli, and then it's gonna pass it through vision language models that will look at those glomeruli, aggregate them, and make a prediction. And the prediction here is the text prediction, either structured text prediction or unstructured text prediction. And you see on the left-hand side is a set of slides, and the right-hand side on top is a pathologist query. The pathologist can upload this slide and say what pattern of glomerular injury is shown here, and can you comment on chronicity and differential diagnosis for this case. Then the network gonna spit out the analysis of it, and we can design also the interface so that the user can zoom in and zoom out just like QPath. So in our group, we have designed extension to link QPath to the backend and overlay and segmentation, etc. So once we develop this model, we can easily integrate with QPath, and you can open the slides in QPath and directly enter your chat there. So the process, what is the process of this looks like? Right now we're doing the data curation, and we're waiting for more data, and we have data that would pathology reports. So we're gonna match which section, which stand to which part of the pathology report, and then after we have that, we're gonna create the structure question and answer format. So let's say I have a report, but then not all the time that people want the whole report, right? Sometimes they just want to ask a question, and so we have to look at the report and try to generate a lot of questions and answer pairs for training the model, right? So if you know about how to train vision language model, basically it needs supervised fine-tuning at the beginning. So which we will use a report for supervised fine-tuning, and then after that we do instruction fine-tuning, and then we're gonna do fine-tuning more after that if needed. So the structure question answering here is more for like instruction fine-tuning, and of course we also need to segment the glomeruli, fit into the model, and do the fine-tuning using various techniques, including our own techniques here. And then we're gonna benchmark against, first of all, the two reports. And once we're happy with that, when we're happy with the robustness, hallucination, the blue score, etc., accuracy, then we'll ask pathologists to look at it, right, to make sure that the model can really answer what pathologist is asking. So how would you be able to contribute to the project? So I think all of you here are welcome to contribute, and your expertise are very valuable and appreciated. You could contribute your annotations. You could contribute your slides if you can get slides, and you can also contribute to ideas, editing papers. Together we write papers, and you could jointly edit and generate ideas for papers, what to write. I mean, the same models, I think could lead to many papers. Eventually, we could also do user study. We could do clinical trials on this, whether it is for traditional diagnosis or it's for prognosis or something like beyond traditional tasks, for example, discovering some new patterns, right? So human pathologists working with the model to discover the patterns that are predictive of certain, treatment response, for example, that nobody knows about. So hopefully, when we succeed with this, then we can share hopefully to the world, and so people can reproduce our result and build on top of it. So that's all I like to say, and love to take any questions you have. And finally, I like to thank the organizer of this seminar. Very interesting seminar, and then it's a pleasure to meet all of you here.
Thanks. Really wonderful overview, and I would definitely use it, just not to write every time all the same stuff 5 times, 10 times, all the same. So I would use it just for that, not because I don't see it as a threat, but I see as a facilitator of the reporting for every day, because it's something really highly repetitive. And I see that as a first choice, but for sure you mentioned it for predicting prognosis, and I think that this is something really big as a potential for trials. I mean, I've been assisting to central pathology review. Probably with this kind of tools, we arrived at the point in which, for big trials, clinical trials, for the effectiveness of some drugs, this could be a useful tool. And on the other side, this could be also a nice hook for investors. So following what Jan wanted to do today, I think that this is the route that we can follow if we want to some investors. From my side, I can say that we can continue this conversation after with Jan, but I'm happy to contribute in any of the cases that you mentioned. Probably not much on the prognosis, because I'm not a nephrologist, so I do not follow up much the patients, but for sure for the first 2 points, so slides and my knowledge, happy to contribute.
Slides and biopsy reports is really what we need at this stage. And the rest, I guess, we'll get from ERKNet at some point.
Tons of them from my side.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, I think this is the reason why we meet here, and this will need more than just one group to make it happen.
Mhm.
And the more the better. And I could see that if your data are approved for public release, they can be included in the publication, dataset publication. So
that is harder to reach if we do not win a grant together and we go through the a dedicated ethical approval for that kind of sharing. But in general, if we need just to train the model based on the data from the report, I think that is feasible because it's quite anonymized.
I too, yeah, that is the first step. That's like a reasonable step, and we could release the weight of the model, so people. So in this community nowadays, we need to sort of like release our code and our weights. So that would be helpful for the community to make sure the research is reproducible. And I think we like I said, my group has developed the QPath extension, everything ready. So once we have this model, then you should be able to play with the model in QPath directly. And in terms of the prognosis and discovery, biomarker discovery, etc., we do have things that going on in this direction where the model will kind of run in the back end, generate codes and calculate the features, and then like Jan say earlier, you want to look for the features that are responsible for certain diagnosis, for example, and see whether it's consistent with what you have seen so far. So we can discover these features. We run interpretable feature discovery, and we can present to you, and you will confirm or will investigate more on that. So I think this GLAM-chat model eventually will be really helpful. And I'm curious how well it will work now. It seems like we're in the process of extracting data right now. I think in a month or two we should know the first round of training and results, how well this model works for glomeruli.
I don't know if anyone wants to ask or add something. Otherwise, I would like to thank you for the presentation of this interesting work. I'm really in, and as for many of these projects, I think that this is the direction that the field is taking, and happy to contribute to this novelty. I think, Jan, Nico, we can go ahead with the last pitch. We are a little bit over time, but
it almost doesn't matter anymore, does it?
Right. Completely agree. It seems that we are reaching our initial aim. So let's keep going.
Good. Okay, so this is about GLOMChat EM, as the title suggests. This is very much related to what Jan has just suggested. And obviously, this is not about paraffin histology. This is about electron microscopy. These are my disclosures. And of course, we all know why EM matters in nephropathology, and also why it matters in ERKNet, particularly for rare native kidney diseases. This is really important, and we would really like to have an assistant to help with daily repetitive tasks and all the things that we discussed previously. Yeah, the problem is really quite similar to having a set of glomeruli that you then need to match to a text output, and that you need to then match to an output in a chat-style conversation with any of these digital assistants. However, slightly dissimilar because, of course, then we have electron microscopy images of glomeruli, and we routinely, and I'm sure you also do that, take EM pictures of surrounding structures like tubular epithelial cells. Light chain tubulopathy is a hot topic there, and then, of course, peritubular capillary basement membranes, of which Candice can tell us a story. So it's slightly different, however, the methodology should be fairly similar. And what I have done over the last 2 weeks or so, I have retrieved all the electron microscopy images that I've looked at here in Cologne, that I issued reports on. It's about 6,300 reports and more than 150,000 micrographs here. And they're all isolated now, matched to the text pairs, matched to a structured report. Everything is neatly wrapped up in an Excel spreadsheet, electron microscopy, of course, being the most important thing, but then the diagnostic line, commentary line, and so on and so on. All of this in German. And if you would like to contribute, of course, this would be more than welcome. So far, Dejan Dobi from Budapest is working on releasing his data set with his local ERB. And of course, there's many other languages and schools of thought in nephropathology in Europe. And I think the model we are generating here will only get stronger with your participation. And language really doesn't matter. So the idea is very similar. Again, we have to build a corpus, and these 6,000 plus cases from Cologne alone should be enough to train a sufficient model according to current estimates here. And currently, as it is, we could validate on the biopsies from Semmelweis University in Budapest, and we would adapt to a vision language model in 2 stages. And this is something I'm thinking is because the open source models, the vision language models we are using, they're really not that knowledgeable in nephrology, and certainly not that knowledgeable in nephropathology. So my guess would be that we would first have to treat teach them nephrology, so that they will understand my language in the biopsy reports, and they will get an idea of what these images are about to effectively train them. And then the second stage, of course, will be like training with the matched set of image or stack of image and biopsy report pairs. And then, of course, it's the benchmark comparisons that we are doing. This is the Cologne cohort, so it's really an interesting cohort, I guess, with very few zero-hour biopsies, which are probably less interesting, although I've done electron microscopy for a reason in these cases, and quite a few of them had interesting findings. This is the projected timeline, data harmonization, and of course, curation and integration of your data if you decide you would like to contribute, getting your ERB approval, and so on and so on. And then model adaptation, obviously, like I said, I would argue for 2 stages, but the proof is in the pudding. And of course, we'll do ablation studies without pre-training on nephrology text sets. Then the external validation, and then the translational pilot and releasing this model in the open, and certainly into the digital pathology archive. So the open call is very similar to what Yen has done. We'd really like to have your contribution in terms of ideas, not just data sets, also ideas, and how we should steer this, because in the end, this should be a tool that will assist and help you and make you become a better, more time efficient, and so on pathologist, things we all strive for. And needless to say, you will receive co-authorship and also, of course, access to the model and the entire data set, certainly the Cologne data. And I think together we can succeed in standardizing and improving and making more time efficient the ultrastructural examination of pathologists from rare kidney diseases in Europe. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. I think we already have a question by Amelie.
Yeah, thank you for this very nice project. I would like to contribute. However, in past, we have experienced some problems with sharing those slides. We have like a hospital committee, which is like a data access committee that needs to approve that. And they seem not to completely grasp or understand yet what this is all about. And they refer me to either federal authorities on devices and all that stuff. So I was just wondering, do you have some tips and tricks or ways of doing this, because I just got stuck in the admin overload of this.
Probably a simple answer for you would be like whichever biopsy you would like to integrate here, you could certainly do that with the ERKNet blanket ethical permission.
Yeah.
So as soon
just
as
use that blanket,
ERKReg patient there, we can do that. And maybe that's the easiest solution. And
And then do you know for each patient if it's really an ERKNet patient, or how does that work really?
Well, you would have to, so there's 2 ways of stimulating this. So I've pretty much given up on the nephrologists here from the university hospital who are not that active in enrolling patients. So what I've done is, like, I've offered to all my contributing nephrologists here who send me biopsies, become ERKNet affiliated centers. There's lots of benefits to be had. We can do research on these data, and then I just offer them, I will enroll the patient. Patient is in there. We've got ethical review board permissions, which can be easily rolled over. And then about like filling in the annual visits and all of that can be done at a later stage, maybe when we've got financing, but at least we can work with these biopsies and they're not lost somewhere in the archive and binned after 10 years here, which...
so that answers my question. I think the patients here from the University of Ghent would be covered, but all the rest I would be
perfect. Maybe that's the way forward. But apart from that, I mean, if Semmelweis University gets an ERB approval for their biopsies, and so does Cologne, maybe you can show that to it's like, if Semmelweis is doing it and Cologne's doing it, why can't we? Maybe that helps, I don't know. But I'm really happy to help you with any ERB application, like when it comes to the method description, consider it done. I don't want you to waste your time on this.
No, but I think the ERKNet blanket would cover participating with already some biopsies. Yeah.
Well, if we do not have any more questions, I'm gonna let Jan close the session.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, just I originally planned that we had another half an hour to discuss the future direction, your input about the Nephropathology task force in ERKNet, and maybe just a little question, open question. What can we do better? Shall we meet more often? Shall we meet annually just before the ERKNet regular meeting? How would you like to see this develop? Maybe just a few sentences before we close this thing.
Well, I think updating us would be a first step to keep us on the active side of the participation to the ERKNet activities and the renal pathology activities.
So, Nicola, just for an example, do you receive ERKNet communications in general or zero?
Yes,
you do.
I do not know how many of my colleagues do get this. I get this.
So if you want your other colleagues to receive them, just write an email to Tanya and provide a list of the email addresses, and there you go. And apart from that, well, I guess we have a hardcore group here of people who are still on the call, and it's up to us to drive this forward and to make this happen and to work on collaborations. And I think this could snowball once we show that an actual collaboration works on membranous, for example, on these monoclonal gammopathies of renal significance. People will see that you can contribute meaningfully, you can benefit from it, and actually together we can get a lot of stuff done on this platform. Yeah. How about the like having an annual meeting, like hybrid, maybe even online only before the annual meeting? Would you like to see this biannually, like a regular meeting, apart from the more topic-oriented, for example, like this thing about membranous that we are scheduling? Once a week, once a year, twice a year? What do you think?
I think once a year would be good, and before the ERKNet. I never participated to the ERKNet meetings because it's always colliding with other meetings. It's a little bit packed at the time of the year always.
Yeah, well, I'll try to represent all of you. Like if you've got any special messages, any special concerns that we need to address, I'll be there in Lyon next week, and we'll certainly we've got a 10-minute slot to present what we've done today, what our plans are, what our goals are, and I'll certainly share that with you before I present it. To drive this forward and to integrate it with all the other things that are happening in ERKNet. Good. So meeting annually, and maybe 2 weeks before the ERKNet annual meeting, so we can meaningfully integrate everything in there. And the next topic, I guess, is membranous, and then I do think the way it looks, at some point we should start something monoclonal gammopathy related, shouldn't we?
I love those diseases.
And I mean, whoever wants to take the lead on that, I think that could be, there's huge potential in there.
You mean like writing out a project? I remember you wrote out a sort of a project for an ERKNet subsidy on membranous. Is this something you're thinking of writing such a one-pager and submitting to the ERKNet together and then for a project? Is
No,
this what you're
was
thinking of?
Yeah, this was just to get somebody like a junior staff member to Cologne or to somewhere else. This is their program to subsidize and to fund junior people to advance the goals of ERKNet at other centers. Maybe it wasn't the perfect fit, and usually it's like either there's too few applications or there's too many applications. This time there were too many applications. I think we've made progress regardless, and I think we're in a much stronger position than we were a year ago, and I think we can pursue this without. And really the next step, to my mind, would be a grant application for this sort of thing. And whoever wants to take up the lead on this, I'm happy to play the supporting role in that and to be the facilitator, because as you know, mass spec is not really my topic. And
yeah, there are these ERDIRA calls. So on large European calls, I think so. Something alike, maybe.
Yeah.
Should check out next deadlines and see if we could make a project together.
Yeah.
It's huge work, however.
Yeah, of course.
ERDIRA,
I mean, it's huge work, and it's also huge rewards once you get it.
Yeah. That's true.
So maybe it's like a bimodal approach. It's like small national grant and then the big European grant, and using a lot of copy and paste might make this effort more worthwhile. And the way I see it now, even a small institutional grant of 30,000 euros would do us much of a favor.
We are going in this direction. We are going ahead with the small national grants. Andrew is with this junior researcher is already submitting something for a small Italian grant, but this means that we have a trace for the amyloid topic. So in case we find a good European multicentric call, we can use actually all that stuff on multi-imaging and laser capture on amyloidosis.
Yeah.
And use it. I mean,
yeah, I think these ERDIRA calls do have potential. We should check it out, Vincenzo.
Yeah, we can check this, and if we are eligible and build the consortium, we can go ahead. At least we had that for sure as a full proposal already there. We have just to enrich it with the multi-institutional contribution, but actually the proposal is already right.
So if we're scheduling a meeting for membranous, like in, let's say, 2-3 weeks time, maybe we should make this a topic and everybody has time to look at like institutional, national, European level grant calls that we could answer to, and then we can discuss, come up with a strategy, and apart from that, just think about the next baby steps toward this goal. I mean, like seeing the presentation from Amelie and Andrew, I think we've made major steps ahead already. So yeah, I think this is going to happen, and I'm happy this is crystallizing.
So you would organize a meeting in 2-3 weeks?
I'll send out a doodle poll, and we should meet.
Right.
And yeah, if you would like to share suggestions for the agenda, stuff people need to look into before, and we will share the agenda before, and so everybody's on the same page and we can work together effectively. Good. And apart from that, what we'll do with ERKNet, we'll write a summary, and we'll like release the videos of the recorded presentations. and put them on the ERKNet webpage so people can look into that. And really, thanks for your contributions and your brilliant presentations. I really enjoyed that whole afternoon. This was really good.
That was great.
And also thanks to the audience for discussing all these things. I'm really happy to be a nepropathologist these days with such nice colleagues around.
Yes, I agree with you. It's a nice job.
Yeah, still rare entities.
Yes, and so that's the sign back to work now, getting our stuff done before the weekend. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much to everybody. Hi, Jan.
Francesca,
Hi.
good to see you. Good to
I
see
love
you.
your tie.
Oh, yeah, it's Marc Jacobs, so it's not Italian, but I'm sure he ripped it off of something Italian.
Okay.
Good.
I'm gonna write you, okay?
Wonderful. Happy to hear from you and see you in the summer then, Francesca.
Okay.
Bye, bye.
Bye.
Bye, everybody. Bye.